हेलो। हेलो। चेक।
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. May I have your kind attention? Honorable Chief Guest and other dignitaries are here with us. May we request everyone to kindly be seated as soon as possible. We also request for all mobile phones to be kept onto silent mode from now onwards. All those having tea and coffee may kindly carry the cups inside the hall so that we can go ahead with the proceedings in time. Thank you. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome and a request to kindly settle down as soon as possible. Ladies and gentlemen, once again requesting everyone to kindly be seated. We would like to inform Honorable Chief Guest and other dignitaries are here with us. They would be joining us any moment now. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request everyone to kindly have their mobile phones kept on to silent mode from now onwards till end of the session. And we would like to inform you that today we are working on a very, very tight schedule as far as the session programs are concerned. We would request all our eminent speakers, participants who will be addressing from the stage to kindly adhere to the time limit that has been allotted to them. And as far as the question and answers, ladies and gentlemen, in case we are not able to take question and answers from the audience during the session, you may kindly pass on your questions, your queries, your remarks to us uh, on a piece of paper or via email with your contact details so that all our eminent speakers can address them later on. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together to welcome our Honorable Chief Guest onto the stage, Shri Anil Kumar Lahoti, Chairman TRI. And a round of applause to welcome our dignitaries. We welcome Srimati Aruna Sundararajan, IAS retired Chairperson BIF, Lieutenant General Syed Atta Hasnain, retired PVSM, UYSM, AVSM, SM, VSM, Honorable Member, NDMA Board, Dr. R.K. Upadhyay, CEO CDOT, Shri Sanjay Kumar, CMD Railtel, Shri Manish Agarwal, IPS Special Commissioner, Delhi Police, Shri Sanjay Agarwal, ITS Director, DCPW, Mr. Davis Decon, IMD and CEO, Etherstack, Mr. Kevin Graham, CEO, TCCA, and Mr. TV Ramachandran, President, BIF. Namaskar and good morning. Honorable Chief Guest Shri Anil Kumar Lahoti ji, Chairman TRI. Our guest of honor, Lieutenant General Syed Atta Hasnain, retired, PVSM, UYSM, AVSM, SM, VSM, Honorable Member, NDMA Board. Dr. R.K. Upadhyay, CEO CDOT, Shri Sanjay Kumar, CMD Railtel, Shri Manish Agarwal, IPS Special Commissioner, Delhi Police, our esteemed dignitaries on the days, distinguished guests, industry leaders, policymakers, technologists, and participants, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to the Critical Communications India New Delhi 2025 Safeguard the Future, India's first Mission Critical Communications Conference, which is being presented by the Critical Communications Association, TCCA, and Broadband India Forum, BIF. Today, we are proud to host India's first ever conference on mission critical communications, an event dedicated to shining the spotlight on ultra reliable networks and services that remain operational even when regular public networks fail, ensuring connectivity for first responders and essential services. This conference aims to chart a roadmap for India's resilient future, bringing together policymakers, technologists, industry leaders, and global experts to collaborate, innovate, and share insights that will define the next era of mission critical communications in India. And ladies and gentlemen, today we are honored to have with us our honorable chief guests and distinguished guests of honor, along with eminent dignitaries, whose presence elevates the significance of this landmark event. I would request Mr. T.V. Ramachandran to kindly do the honors of welcoming our honorable chief guest, Sri Anil Kumar Lahoti ji, Chairman, Telecom Regulatory Authority of India, with the floral bouquet. Once again, a very, very warm welcome to you, sir. And we are indeed grateful to you for sparing your valuable time and being here with us, gracing us with your august presence. Thank you, TV sir, for doing the honors. Srimati Aruna Sundararajan, IAS retired as the chairperson of Broadband India Forum and a visionary leader in digital transformation in India. She has been instrumental in shaping policy and technology initiatives for nationwide broadband connectivity and smart digital governance. I now have the privilege in inviting Srimati Sundararajan to begin the proceedings with the welcome address. Let's put our hands together to welcome her.
Shri Anil Kumar Lahoti ji, Chairperson TRI, Lieutenant General Syed Atta Hasnain, Member NDMA Board, Shri Sanjay Kumar, CMD Railtel, Dr. Upadhyay, CEO CDOT, Shri Manish Agarwal, Special Commissioner Delhi Police, Shri Sanjay Agarwal, DCP West, Mr. Kevin, CEO TCCA, industry friends on the dais, friends from the media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and of course, last but not least, Mr. T.V. Ramachandran, President of BIF, and my fellow colleagues in BIF. At the outset, I would like to compliment the Broadband India Forum for taking the initiative to organize this conference on a subject that until recently has not really been given the attention it deserves: mission critical communication. In fact, just at the coffee break, I was mentioning that even when I took charge of the Department of Telecom, the strategic nature of this infrastructure or utility or whatever you call it, the overriding strategic importance of this had not really been recognized. And even in the government circles, the focus was on telecom as a source of revenue through sales of spectrum. But I think fortunately we've come a long way from that. And we know that today there is huge priority and attention being given to the subject of communications as the most strategic infrastructure that a country needs. It is therefore a privilege to be here today to deliver the welcome address at the inaugural first international conference on critical communication in India. This is the very first of its kind. The importance of this conference can be gauged from the distinguished luminaries on the stage. Here we have people who are heading the echelons of some of the most important services, whether it is security, whether it is disaster management, all of them are represented here. Also, all of you would agree that the timing of this conference could not have been more apt. Over the past year specifically, the importance of resilient, reliable, and secure communication systems has been brought home to us. The recent Operation Sindoor reminded the nation that our ability to respond effectively and quickly in times of crisis is absolutely directly linked to the robustness of our mission-critical communication infrastructure. In such moments, communication is not merely an operational tool. It is the lifeline of coordinated action, safety, and survival. When we speak of mission-critical communications, of course, it is intuitive to think of military operations. And indeed, for the armed forces, this is indispensable, ensuring command, control, and coordination in both peace and conflict situations. However, this conference will also be a reminder that mission-critical communication today extends beyond, in fact, far beyond the battlefield. In a modern society, the relevance of critical communication extends into the daily functioning of almost all civilian domains. Law enforcement and public safety, we have some of the most eminent speakers who will perhaps speak about that. Enabling our security forces and police agencies to maintain law and order, respond to incidents, and protect and secure our citizens. Transport operations, ensuring the safety of trains, metros, aviation networks, where split seconds can make the difference between routine functioning and catastrophic failure. Disaster management. In a country like India, where we are subject both to natural disasters, it can be floods, it can be tsunamis, it can be Himalayan earthquakes, coordinating rescue and relief efforts during floods, earthquakes, cyclones, etc., when conventional networks may be damaged. And that is why we have none other than the head of the NDMA with us today to speak about that. And of course, we've seen whether it's the Kumbh Mela, which was very successfully and safely done, where facilitating crowd management, medical response, security, everything has been dependent on mission-critical infrastructure. Now, across the world, we have noted that obviously communication systems cannot afford delays, distortion, or downtime, particularly in a time when we are moving into AI, robotics, whether it is defensive capabilities or offensive capabilities, even a split-second difference can make a huge difference. They must function, therefore, instantly, reliably, securely, and without fail each time. So across the world, we have seen that mission-critical communication systems have evolved into extremely sophisticated interoperable networks, meshing a number of technologies, Tetra, P25, LTE-based MCX platforms, and increasingly 5G services, ensuring that all the agencies concerned are seamlessly connected. In India, while we have indeed made very great and commendable strides, the fact is that there is a huge amount of fragmentation in our communication networks, whether it is security networks or whether it is civilian networks. There are agencies which have ultra-modern digital systems. And in terms of capability, India does have some of the best capabilities in these areas. But there are other parts of the network which are still relying on legacy analog networks. Within states, there is wide variation. There are some states which are much better equipped, and therefore interoperability remains a major challenge. I'm sure that the distinguished speakers on the stage will be speaking about what are the practical challenges that are being faced on ground and how can India move to an integrated conceptualization and implementation of networks that work seamlessly. To give one example, just recently in April, a massive and unexpected blackout swept across Spain, Portugal, and parts of southern France. Critical infrastructure came to a standstill. This event underscored a hard truth. Communication systems must be more than just operational. They must be completely foolproof and fail-safe. They must be resilient to any kind of failure, which could be a power failure, it could be any other kinds of failures. So the resilience of a network, this again is a theme which will be a major focus for today. We know that given the importance of this, the European Commission's Directorate General for Migration and Home Affairs and experts from EU member states are leading the way to establish the EU Critical Communication Systems, the EUCCS. The goal is to realize a new pan-European operational mobility capability and create the ability for public safety responders to carry out their operations whenever they need to. In India also, given the vast size and diversity of our subcontinent, we need to have something absolutely similar. Today, advances in technology, whether 5G, network slicing, edge computing, AI, mission-critical push-to-talk over LTE, all of this have made it possible to send high-definition video and live analytics to drones, IoT sensors, and satellite-based networks. We have seen these are all not theoretical concepts. We have seen each of these actually play out in the recent Operation Sindoor. So I don't have to remind you about that. So while technology is key, we need the enabling ecosystem, standards, interoperability across agencies, security, encryption to protect sensitive data, redundancy, and resilience to withstand disasters, and of course, the increasing number of cyber attacks. And we all know that India is indeed one of the prime targets of cyber attacks, and strong policy and governance frameworks. So India's path forward needs to be a multi-pronged approach. We need to establish a national mission-critical communication framework, which will spell out and facilitate the creation of platforms for interagency collaboration, invest strategically in infrastructure, build capacity and train our personnel. And all this while fostering public-private partnerships, given that most of the communication on the civilian side is with the private sector. Therefore, we hope that the first international conference on critical communication in India will mark not just a meeting of minds, but the commencement of a collective journey towards world-class, interoperable, and resilient systems that safeguard our nation in every scenario. I once again congratulate the Broadband India Forum. I would also like to thank all our esteemed experts who have been so generous with their time and responded to our invitation to share their insights and their knowledge. And once again, I have great pleasure in welcoming all of you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your inspiring welcome and opening remarks and for setting the stage for this very important conference. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I have the privilege in inviting Mr. Kevin Graham, CEO of the Critical Communications Association, TCCA, which represents the global stakeholders in mission-critical communications. Mr. Kevin brings a wealth of knowledge in international standards, innovations, and best practices in the sector. And we look forward to his insights on global context for mission-critical communications. Let's put our hands together to welcome Mr. Graham.
Well, thank you for the kind introduction. It's a pleasure to be returning to Delhi, and I feel rather humble and inadequate to be standing here amongst the distinguished lineup we have this morning on the stage. So I really appreciate the support you're giving to this topic area in India. I think the eloquent introduction that the Chair of BIF delivered, encompasses exactly what we're trying to achieve across the world. It's a pleasure. TCCA celebrated its 30th anniversary this year, and it's such a privilege to have our first regional critical comms event delivered in India, in Delhi, and especially a pleasure to work alongside Broadband India Forum. I thank you so much for all of the work you've done to make this such a professional looking event, and to bringing together all of those in this room. We thank you for your participation. We hope you find this program insightful. We work around the world in trying to make sure that we understand end user needs. Our membership brings together not just end users in critical industries, but also all of the stakeholders that span our industry members who deliver solutions, who work on innovations to try and bring about a brighter future in terms of capability to these end user groups. And we're privileged to also have membership that spans academia, network operators, government agencies that have been commissioned by their governments to deliver this capability within their nations and across borders. And we're also privileged to have a very good group of well-respected mobile network operators who are involved now in delivering this capability in a number of jurisdictions. And we hope through the work that TCCA does alongside our partners in India, we can one, understand the regional needs, also share and harmonise the work that's going on globally, and let's see if we can leverage that. We're a small industry compared to the global telecommunications industry, so we need to work smart. We need to make sure standards, and all of the frameworks, government policy work together to deliver the capability that our end agencies have needed for a while. As elaborated in the opening, we're working in an environment where the communications and technology is moving at quite a rapid pace. So this journey needs to follow as much of a standardized approach as possible. And whether you look at India or any other nation, there's a complex array of fragmented systems and that span from analog networks to some of the more modern digital narrowband networks. And now we're in the era of migrating capability, broadband capability through all of the Gs. And I know India's well involved in the formulation of 6G, non-terrestrial. And these will be important elements as we migrate solutions over the next decade. So very much welcome the contribution from India, the collaboration internally, but equally the participation in a global context. India is an important market. You have some great capability in India. Let's see if we can share that with the world and likewise enable the world to understand the pathway that India is taking to deliver this capability. Let's see if we can have other nations learn from what you will innovate, and equally, hopefully you take benefit from those that have created the pathfinding projects. We work in 3 core areas: making sure standard settings are right, engaging with government regulators to make sure that the spectrum capacity is there to deliver the capability. And more importantly, we need to make sure at the end of the day, all of these investments are going towards ensuring agencies have interoperability, not just within their own agencies, but cross agencies, not just within their own country, cross border. And more countries are being asked to support in mutual aid situations, disaster situations across the world. The more we can harmonise this capability, the quicker we can ensure that response in those situations is fast, rapid, and coordinated. And that's why we stand for open standards, open interfaces, ensuring that network architectures, the applications can all ultimately interoperate. Let's hope that governments set policy settings to enable this to happen, not just in their own nation, but to contribute to the overall capability between nations. So I welcome the participation and cooperation across India and internationally. TCCA can only do this by partnering with other peer associations, both from a standard setting perspective, spectrum, and also with other peer associations that expertise in their vertical sectors, be that public safety, be that management, be it utilities, transport, spilling down also into industrial, key industries that support our economies, oil, gas, mining, and so on. And we're really pleased that we've got a growing list of regional partners, as we have in India with Broadband India Forum. We're pleased to also enter a partnership with IAFI. Spectrum, not just for India, but on a global context, is a really important thing that needs to be coordinated. So we really appreciate the partnering that goes on that helps us in our advocacy and helps our community get a better understanding of requirements, end user needs, and stakeholders that are involved in each of these sectors. We deliver events around the world. I'm pleased that our first Critical Comms regional event could be in India. We have a webinar that our Australasian Forum is delivering next week, an opportunity for anyone to register and listen to a 2.5-hour session. Our second regional event, we've already set for April next year in Hong Kong. This will be Critical Comms Asia, bringing the Asian region together to share Asian context around critical communications, mission critical communications. All of the information of our events is available through our website. And of course, every year we have our international event, and we're really pleased that we had good participation from India in Brussels last month or in June. Next year, the event will be held again in June, this time hosted by the Home Office, the ESN Network, and others in the UK in London. So I hope that the leadership from India and industry can participate in that event. Great event to share and collaborate what industry in India is doing that may be welcomed in other countries. In Brussels, in our Critical Comms World, which was our largest ever in 30 years, we also launched our Critical Comms Institute. This is a global training platforms that we have engaged and partnered with Ray Castle, a well-renowned training operation in the UK, to deliver both on-demand, online and bespoke training. And we're covering it everywhere from the narrowband technologies through all the mission-critical broadband, 4G, 5G, and also the future of rail mobile communication systems. So if any of you in this room or any of those in your organizations need to understand some of this, this is a platform that you can easily engage with within your organizations. With that, I'd like to thank you all again for your presence, for your interest, and I hope that the subject matter experts that have kindly agreed to bless our program today will give you great insights, and I hope we learn during the breaks, and also the partners that have helped sponsor this event and make it a reality. So thank you to all of our sponsors also. I look forward to engaging with all of you over the day. If we haven't met before, please come and introduce yourself. It's important we get the whole community into working collaboratively and cooperatively for the success of outcomes for end users and developing opportunities for Indian industry to participate in this important work. So thank you all again. I hope you enjoyed the day.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Graham, for providing this valuable context and sharing the global perspective to help us frame India's journey in mission-critical communications. Ladies and gentlemen, we have on the days with us Mr. David Dickon, MD and CEO at EtherStack, who is the driving global innovation in mission-critical wireless communications, and EtherStack, a global leader in wireless communications technology with operations across 7 countries. We would now like to invite Mr. David to kindly share the industry insights with us. Let's put our hands together to welcome sir.
Thank you very much. Look, firstly, it's a great honour to be here, and I'd like to thank the DOT, TCCA, Kevin in particular, and also Broadband Indian Forum for putting on this event and giving us an opportunity to talk to you about some of the activities happening in public safety mission critical broadband around the world, and hopefully you'll get something out of the talk today about some of the other activities and some of the other challenges that other countries have had in the process going forward. Okay. Transformation from LMR to or narrowband land mobile radio to hybrid MCX. What you're seeing here is just one architecture. It's not a prescriptive architecture. It's just an example of how this transformation from LMR to hybrid MCX can go about. What's most important, I think, for India is to come up with their own architecture that suits India's unique needs in regards to federal agencies, state-based public safety agencies, your defence forces, disaster, and accordingly, and devolve that architecture into a series of boxes. And those boxes have to have standards-based interfaces between each element to provide the maximum opportunity for Indian industry, international partners, and others to lean in and deliver a solution that provides competition in the market and delivers the best result and multi-vendor support in industry. In this diagram here, you'll see a range of traditional land mobile radio networks on the left-hand side. They can be by different standards, different vendors, some even proprietary. You can see APCO Project 25 solutions like the ones offered by Motorola, for example, Tetra solutions by Airbus, Leonardo, DMR solutions by many different DMR manufacturers around the world. Now, all of these networks have open standards-based interfaces on the side, and those interfaces are absolutely critical in terms of how you're going to merge these networks together with your mission-critical standards-based solutions on the right-hand side of the box, where you can see the application servers in the middle, and they may end up living inside a national operator, government operator that is, or a national telecommunications operator, or specifically within the agencies themselves, or a combination of the above. That will be the challenge in my mind for India to determine what that architecture is and how to move that forward and communicate that to industry successfully. When you look at bridging these networks together, we follow a standards-based approach, which is you've got the LMR network on the left-hand side, so existing narrowband radio networks. And then this is the 3GPP standards-based model on the right-hand side with application services, OSS, BSS, different solutions, and so on. And you can see an interworking function that's described inside the standard, talking to the MCPTX application server on the right-hand side. We've been doing these solutions around the world with a range of different industry partners and telcos and government agencies, and hopefully I can share some of the lessons learned through that activity. What's happened to 24 and 25? India might be, I've been speaking to some people in the last couple of days, and I know that some people are a little bit concerned about, where India's at on moving the program forward nationally. In some respects, like Australia, which is also as behind as India in many ways in terms of versus, say, the Americans or the English in this area, you actually get some unusual benefits by coming second or third, because you can avoid many of the mistakes that the other countries have made. You've just seen the UK Home Office award the Emergency Services Network project to IBM and our global technology partner Samsung, and they're in the process at the moment of awarding the interworking function component, which will then bridge the MCPTX world to the existing Motorola nationwide network. In the United States, the US FirstNet Authority has lent in and provided significant funding in building out extra resilience for base station sites for their nationwide broadband solution, and at the same time come up with a framework based on standards which allows AT&T to offer these new mission-critical solutions, and through an interworking function, talk to up to 26,000 different public safety agencies from state, local, federal, of different types through this type of solution. In Australia, it's probably a little bit more nascent, like where India is at the moment in terms of the planning, but at least Australia will certainly get a lot of the benefits from looking at what the activities have happened in other parts of the world, and I strongly encourage India to do so. I just spoke a little bit briefly about the FirstNet Authority and AT&T FirstNet. There will be 26,000 agencies that have priority SIMs on the new broadband network, and 10,000 plus agencies whose LMR networks will actually get connected into that solution with AT&T. I'll go backwards, there we go. These are coming in via standards-based interfaces such as the ISSI, CSSI, and these are console subsystem and interworking interfaces, which are critical. And I think it's very, very important for India to ensure that anything that you do always involves standards-based interfaces, because it gives the best framework for your own industry to develop solutions and avoid individual agencies being locked into particular arrangements. What do we do about analog systems and other legacy signaling systems? There are solutions that allow us to take legacy solutions and analog solutions and bring them seamlessly into this core as part of that transition and migration path from the current state today to where India's future state is. So India must determine what is our current state, what is our future state, and how many steps are we going to take along a standardized architecture and a standardized interface to get there. And that's where things like undertaking early pilots will be very important, and working with industry partners domestically and local, internationally. I'll skip over the this one here. That was a New South Wales Telco Authority one where they connected to the Motorola P25 network in Sydney. This one here. And here is really what I think is a really key part of opportunities for Indian industry. If you support the 3GPP model and support the ETSI standards, TCCA, and the TIA, you're going to create immediately an opportunity for industry public safety applications around command and control, situational awareness, location services, duress, and interoperability. And that's low-hanging fruit, which delivers real benefit to public safety agencies immediately in India and can be supported extremely easily by domestic industry. Standards activity and being involved in standards activities is critical, and that's why the work that the TCCA is doing and other parties is just essential for you guys to get involved with. These are just some of the standards covering this area. This is not a stale, lifeless traditional land mobile radio industry. These are living, breathing standards that are still going to move forward. Narrowband is not going to go away in a hurry. Yes, many users will move across to 4G, 5G solutions, but getting involved and continuing to support the traditional land mobile radio standards is going to be very important. These are some of the working groups that your industry can get involved in. And again, I would highly recommend getting involved in both TCC activities, the government at the GPSOC level with the other global public safety operators at their annual conferences, and so on. I'll just skip through some of these. We're getting to the end of the time here. These are some of the ETSI 3GP grouping standards and TETRA interworking standards that are actively being developed and worked on to provide and deliver these solutions in a seamless and practical way to the public safety community. One final critical one is about provisioning, which is, and I'm going to use AT&T FirstNet as an example here. How do I add new subscribers to both the traditional land mobile radio networks and the new public safety solutions, simultaneously and in a dynamic fashion? Not through static or manual elements. And this was a huge area of work that AT&T and FirstNet put in to provide, portals to individual public safety agencies to be able to control their adds and deletes and group permissions and so on of all their individual officers and call types accordingly. So again, defining those operational requirements and operational needs about who is authorized to do this, what the security levels are, how that's going to work, that's all part of India coming up with its own architecture and framework for this transition and hybrid operation stage. What can you do to support Indian industry on this journey? In our opinion, clearly articulate your needs, what is essential, minimum viable product, desirable and future. Do not ask everything from day one and have a published architecture and roadmap. Foster international collaborations. I'm very happy to meet with PwC since I've been here, be reacquainted with Consort, and it's great to get that information flowing between the countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. David, for sharing your practical industry perspectives and lessons from the global public safety networks. Ladies and gentlemen, we also honored to have with us today Shri Sanjay Agarwal, ITS Director at Directorate of Coordination Police Wireless, DCPW, Government of India. He brings vast experience in public communication systems and policy implementation, contributing significantly to India's critical infrastructure. And we are honored to invite you, sir, for the keynote address. Let's put our hands together to welcome.
Thank you. Honorable Sri Lahoti sir, Lieutenant General Sales Hasnan sir, Ma'am Aruna Sundarajan, Mr. Manish Agarwal, Shri R.K. Upadhyay, Shri Sanjay Kumar ji, Ramchandran ji, Mr. Kevin, Mr. David. Distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed a great pleasure and honor to give a keynote address at the Mission Critical Communication Conference. I extend my warm greetings to each one of you and thank the organizers for bringing together such an eminent global gathering of policymakers, industry leaders, and technology service providers. In the year 1945, when World War II ended, the whole world was reeling under fear of two things. One is World War III, and the other was the atom bomb. And thereafter, the Cold War era began. Subsequently, USSR disintegrated, and so on. Fortunately, in last 80 years, there has not been a World War III, and there has not been a detonation of atom bomb in battlefield. But today, the scenario is different. We are reeling under the fear of a technological warfare and technological disruption. And we are not reeling under the fear of this. We are experiencing it globally, at international level, and in our day-to-day lives. Today, whatever kind of technological disruptions are happening, like cyber attacks to a local level, and we can go to the cyber espionage, then we can see that the kind of attack Ukraine has done in USSR or Russia with the help of drones, or the way the handsets of Hezbollah got busted. This creates a very pathetic kind of a scenario for security agencies. This kind of conference provides us with an opportunity to reflect on the role of critical communication in addressing some of the most challenging dimensions of our times. Critical communication systems are quite literally the lifeline of governance and security. In the moment of emergency, whether it is a natural disaster, a cyber attack, a large public gathering, or a major accident, the speed, the reliability, and security of our communication systems decide how quickly we can respond and how many lives can be saved. History has repeatedly shown that during a crisis, conventional telecom networks often get congested or even collapse at the time when those are most critically needed. Here, the critical communication system do come in. India, with its vast geography, high population density, and increasing exposure to climate-related risks, faces unique challenges in this domain. Our cities are rapidly urbanizing, our critical infrastructure is expanding, and our societies are becoming ever more digital. While this transformation brings immense opportunities, it also increases vulnerabilities. Under the National Digital Communication Policy, India has committed to create a pan-India broadband-based public protection and digital disaster relief network, PPDR. The Directorate for Coordination of Police Wireless, that is DCPW, is being the nodal agency on the communication matters for all public safety agencies, has been assigned with the task of implementing the PPDR all across India. DCPW is an old organization, even older than the freedom we got in 1947. Over the period, DCPW have transitioned from different technologies, starting from HF, VHF, UHF, DMR. Today, we have our own captive satellite-based network called Polnet, and we have been able to provide connectivity to all of the police organizations, CAPFs, border security forces, and other organizations. The implementation of mission critical communication is not only having a technological challenge, it is equally about the governance, policy, interoperability, and trust. Let me tell you some of the key challenges which we face for implementation of mission critical communications. First is interoperability across agencies. Today, whatever technology we have deployed for police, for disaster relief agencies, those are not interoperable and causing each of the agencies to work in silos. We need to look at that. We have open standards, common standards, so that all of the agencies can work in combined fashion, whether we are going for BBPPDR or any other technology for that matter. Second is resilience against failure. May it be a cyber attack or a natural disaster, the network disruptions are common. Therefore, we need to look for that these networks are resilient, having satellite backhaul, having some movable vehicles which can immediately restore the network over there immediately. Third is data security and privacy. Nobody can say more about the need of the data security and privacy. However, when it comes to the mission critical communication network, when all of the security agencies are working, any security breach or any data breach can be devastating for the nation. Fourth is the capacity building. It is not only the technology or things which have to be provided, the personnel who are going to use it are needed to be trained, and they should conduct joint operations so that the institutional capacity of using those communication system may come up. While challenges are many, the opportunities are also equally exciting. Today, when we are here, technology has provided us with the latest communication means. Today, with the 5G, with just a slicing, we can have a video calls with a body-worn camera. We can have satellite-based communication. We can have drone-based communication. All of these things are possible. Further, with the AI, we can look at what kind of public gathering is happening, what is the mood of public gathering, what other activities are happening. So all of those things are possible. With these exciting opportunities, I submit some way forward. How should we go ahead? First and foremost, that we should harness the existing telecom infrastructure. Today, India has a very large 4G and 5G telecom infrastructure, and we should utilize that particular infrastructure when we are constructing BBPPDR, because communication is a very capital-intensive market, and implementing any project is a very time-consuming. So saving cost and time is going to be one of the very important features. We use the existing infrastructure. Second is the collaboration. Collaboration with the organization like TCCA, collaboration with like organization like BIF, collaboration with the organization like FirstNet, SafeNet, ESN, and all of the industry leaders who are here. The journey of FirstNet has not been smooth. The journey of ESN is still not smooth. So that is something we should look for, that how can we learn from international experiences which they have. And when I'm talking about the collaboration with industry leaders, my third point comes here is Make in India. Make in India is a very clear directive of Government of India as on date. So I request all of the industry leaders who are here and who might be connected through web call, that yes, India has a potential talent. India is doing a lot of research and development. So we can join hands and we can have a reasonable capability of developing or making things in India. So these are the possible way forward. Friends, critical communications are not merely about technology. They are about saving lives, protecting communities, and safeguarding our national interest. Let us use this conference to generate practical solutions, forge new partnerships, and reaffirm our commitment to strengthening India's critical communication system. I thank once again the organizers, and I am particularly going to thank Mr. Debashish Bhattacharya, who has left no stone unturned to make this event successful. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much indeed, sir, for your valuable keynote address highlighting the key directions for India's mission critical communications network. Ladies and gentlemen, our guest of honor, Shri Manish Agarwalji, IPS Special Commissioner, Delhi Police, has extensive experience in law enforcement, disaster management, and public safety operations, making him a key stakeholder in secure communication initiatives. And let's put our hands together to welcome our guest of honor, Shri Manish Agarwalji, for his insightful address.
Good morning. Shri Anil Kumar Lahoti ji, Chairperson TRAI, Aruna ji, Lieutenant General Syed Atta Hussain, esteemed friends, Mr. Agarwal, Director DCPW, Mr. Kevin, TV Ramachandran, Sanjay ji, MD Railtel, and Dr. R.K. Upadhyay, C. Dot, distinguished guests, persons from media, ladies and gentlemen. As they say that truth is one. So the subject matter which we are discussing today, there can't be many different truths about it. So you may find there is a lot of repetition on what has already been mentioned by the speakers, because probably there can't be many things which can be created when we talk of the mission critical communication. So to start with, firstly, as said, it's a really marvelous, marvelous effort by the BIF to having done this conference on a very topical subject, very relevant subject, and a very timely one. It is far too long that this vital domain of critical communication has remained on the periphery. If I recall my own experience in my almost now more than 26 years of police service, mostly I have been on the other end, wherein I have been demanding a robust communication network. And it is recently that I am on this side where I have to provide one. And it is when I am here on this side that I am able to understand the criticalities and the nuances of something which I have used it all through, but I have never really gone deeper into it. So it's a bold initiative. I congratulate BIF for this. It is a privilege for me to speak on this occasion on this international conference. I'm also happy to note that there is a diverse and distinguished minds here who are dealing with the subject who are present here in the conference. For me in particular, Delhi is the capital of India. It is a nerve center of national politics, judiciary, diplomatic activities. It hosts the VVIPs one can think of, the President of India, Prime Minister, Union Minister, members of parliaments, Supreme Court judges, High Court judges, and likewise, there are innumerable number of foreign dignitaries which visit. In fact, just to give you a small glimpse into it, when I was heading the security division of Delhi Police, on a typical day, we were having 690 on average, VVIPs from outside visiting Delhi in a particular day. So that is the kind of movement which happens as far as police is concerned, and the communication regarding these movement is concerned that we handle. This concentration of VVIPs, it is compounded by various political rallies which happens in Delhi, the diplomatic visits, and the public demonstrations, which adds another layer of difficulty when it comes to communication, because as you would know that more the wireless sets, more the communication, the more are the chances of the communication getting jammed, which we face often when we are dealing with the rallies like maybe any huge demonstration or public gathering you can think of. So having said that, this means that it is not only a demand for the manpower or the vigilance, but it is also the strategic deployment of the advanced technologies and seamless communication system. Delhi Police has embraced quite a few technologies, and we are trying to keep abreast with the developments, which acts as a force multiplier for our mission in maintaining law and order, ensuring public safety, responding effectively to the emergencies, etc. We are trying to integrate these modern tools and transform from ourselves from the traditional policing to dynamic, data-driven and evidence-driven policing. Some of the key technologies which we have deployed in the recent years are like AI-powered surveillance, wherein Delhi Police has deployed a suite of intelligence surveillance tool, which includes facial recognition system, anti-intrusion systems, people count sensors, automatic number plate recognition system. Likewise, we use these technologies we intend to use these technologies on daily basis also, when we hope to roll out our what is called a Safe City project very fast and very soon. But we are using all these technologies on the special occasions like Republic Day, 15th August, and events of those national importance. We have CCTNS, which is the national database of FIRs and the crimes and investigation. And then we have citizen-centric apps in the form of Tatpar, wherein more than 50 services are rolled out. We also have automated fingerprint identification system, wherein a person can be, a criminal can be identified on the spot itself if the police on the ground captures his fingerprint and have checked it checked with the database at the background. And similarly, we have the computerized remote identification of suspect system, which is called as CRIS. And then of course the ERSS, that is 112. While developing all these technologies, we find that there is a constant struggle between the two aspects. One is the front end thing, wherein you have your applications, you have human interface, etc. And then second is the communication line. So Delhi Police uses various modes of communication. We have our cyber highways, which are provided by MTNL. We have our another highways which are being developed by Railtel now for the safe city. And then we are also dependent on the commercial communication networks. And it is here that the Delhi Police, or I guess all the state police, faces the maximum challenge of number one, scouting the best communication network available, of drawing RFPs which are proprietary neutral, which are open source, and then which are state of art. It is under this circumstances, although Mr. Sanjay Agrawal has partially answered my question already, which I was going to throw, that when in the last DGIG conference, the Prime Minister mentioned about making a police technology mission, that this was put up as one of the verticals in the police technology mission. And I think it is a need, and I hope the audience agree on that. It is a need that how a very, very sturdy backbone of communication network, which is mission critical, which has all the features of security and safety, which is able to keep updated with the technologies changes, and wherein the state police forces or other agencies which are also into the mission critical missions affairs like disaster management, like maybe flood relief, etc., or maybe the army, they can just plug and play. Because just to give you a glimpse, I was having a discussion with the speakers. For us, for the Delhi Police to transition from our traditional communication networks, we are trying to transition from those networks to DTRS. And how in the last 2-3 years, we have faced challenge to find the sufficient participation in the bidding process when we have gone for it. So can this forum take forward the need for a robust communication network, which is pan-India, wherein the state police forces or the other agencies do not have to uh, fight on this particular limitation separately, and wherein every time the wheel is not reinvented, and it is as simple as just plug and play like the commercial communication network, wherein you just buy a SIM card and you are into the communication network. Can this be possible? Although, as I said, Mr. Sanjay Agarwal was telling me that there was some proposal. I will discuss with him and try to benefit as to where it is and how it gets carried forward. So, having said that, I am also quite happy to know about the MCX thing, wherein you said the various technologies can be integrated. So I hope that this entire discussion today educates the community which is using these technology in a big way. And there are some takeaways from this conference, which the advocacy groups take to the various organs of the government, may it be DOT, may it be the Ministry of Home Affairs or any other ministry which is using it, and come up with a very robust solution of a communication network. With these words, I once again commend the Broadband India Forum for organizing this pioneer event. I am confident that this discussion will be shared and will catalyze meaningful change and inspire new approach to the critical communication. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, sir, for your insightful address, highlighting the operational perspectives and public safety requirements. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have the pleasure of inviting our special guest of honor, Shri Sanjay Kumar, CMD of RailTel, India's leading provider of telecom infrastructure solutions, and he has been pivotal in expanding the robust communication networks across India. Let's put our hands together to welcome sir.
Very good morning. Respected Lahoti sir, Aruna ma'am, Sanjay Agarwal ji, Manish Agarwal ji, Hasnain sir, Upadhyay sir, Mr. Kevin, Mr. David, and Ramchandran sahab. Distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I'm sorry that I was a little late. I'm also thankful to BIF for making part of this first conference of this kind in India. The topic has been, in fact, very deeply and in detail has been deliberated by previous speakers also, and the importance as well. So we are talking of here of communication requirement in the need of hour when any disaster takes place. I would take this problem from two aspects. One is the need of communication for the disaster relief teams, and the other communication is required for the affected people. Actually, we generally in Delhi, in fact, Delhi is a capital of our country, and whenever we stuck at a signal, we feel that even at that signal, in the heart of the city, we find that the communication is not there. We can't talk, we can't take calls, we can't call, because I think calling people are so many that the network is congested and your call is not through. So that is the other aspect. That's why I brought that aspect also here. Third is, Indian scenario is certainly different from any European or any other country in the world where these technologies are being developed. So this is relevant from the point of view that whenever we adopt or adapt any such technologies, Indian manufacturers and OEMs should innovate and make them capable to address the diversity of geography of India, the scale of the size of the population, and whenever such incidents have happened, the number of people affected is very large. Railway in particular, when I say, so railway has been sites of disasters whenever train accidents happen. I remember recent incident of Balasore, which was a massive accident. And in such scenario, generally because railways passes through the remote areas and rural areas where communications generally is not there, but thanks to optical fiber communication, earlier which was along the overhead wires or overhead alignments, and maybe with the help of satellite communications, we were addressing such we had this only. But because of optical fiber communication, these problems have not been of that magnitude. But then again, because of accessibility to the railway tracks, sometimes we take a lot of time, maybe sometimes 3 to 4 hours, 5 hours, we take to reach the site to be able to be there and then set up the communication there. But in the case of Balasore, I would say that we have been very efficient with the help of, in fact, I would say thanks to DOT, and then our minister was common also. So we could mobilize BTSs of other operators also, including BSNL, Airtel, and Jio, so that the communication which was available to the affected masses who were actually in distress could be made possible. And the second thing was, a war room was set up in the railway bhavan, so that the relief operations could be coordinated well and could be attended, the things could be attended, and the track restoration and all that thing could happen very fast. We used, in fact, drones and CCTV cameras also. It was not a station, it was away from the station. So I would not take much time. I will just highlight these 2-3 points and appeal to our Indian OEMs that they should use the Make in India initiatives which have been already taken by Government of India, and the kind of benefits have been given to them to develop such systems which address both the kind of requirements. One is for the disaster relief teams, and the second one for the use of the people in distress. RailTel in particular, we have 62,000 kilometers of network which is along the railway track. So this can be used not only for railway disasters related to railways, but also can always be used for any other disasters which may happen along the railway track or near the railway track. I must bring this point to the knowledge of this august audience that about 1 lakh panchayats are in the close vicinity of the railway track. So then at least this much communication requirement can be addressed through RailTel's network. Once again, I will conclude with thanks to the BIF for inviting me to this forum to be part of this historic first conference on this important topic. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, sir, for sharing your valuable perspectives on leveraging the digital infrastructure for mission-critical communications. Ladies and gentlemen, our special guest of honor, Dr. R.K. Upadhyay, CEO of the Center of Development of Telematics, CDOT, is a technology leader giving innovation in telecom and mission-critical services networks across India. And let's put our hands together to welcome our special guest of honor, Dr. R.K. Upadhyay, for his address.
TRI Chairperson Lahoti sir, NDMA member Shri Syed Hasnan ji, Chairperson BIF Madam Aruna Sundarajan ji, Shri Sanjay Agarwal, Director DCPW, Shri Manish Agarwal ji, Special Commissioner Delhi Police, Shri Kevin, CEO TCCA, Shri Sanjay Kumar, CMD RailTel, Shri David, CEO Ethersec, TVR sir, President BIF. First of all, thank you for this opportunity to give me this opportunity to speak before you. We all know that India government has been taking various initiatives to bring technology for our 140 crore citizens. I think a lot of initiatives have been taken by the government of India. And as our Prime Minister, Honorable Prime Minister says, that if we have to become a developed nation by 2047, technology will be the key pillar towards that journey. Lot many initiatives have been taken. For example, if I just give one example of UPI, it was, when it was conceived, many people thought it will not come through. But, the UPI has been such a grand success that is being talked about globally. Ensuring security and safety during any disaster or any emergency is the responsibility of the government, and all the governments across the world are taking initiative in that. Government of India also took this initiative. So I will describe the what are the two technologies that actually help during disasters or emergencies. The point one, the segment number one is the disaster management system, which we developed under the guidance of DOT and NDMA for the country, which can send you in a geo-targeted area SMS about during the disaster, pre-disaster, post-disaster. This is already implemented by NDMA. We have provided the technology. It is operational across 36 states. In this, the message goes via the SMS. In the phase 2, because SMS inherently is a sequential process. If it's a large area, the SMS might take time. Sometimes somebody may receive SMS in 10 seconds, somebody may receive 1 minute, and somebody may receive 4 minutes. But there are emergencies like earthquake, lightning, gas leak, which requires immediate response. And therefore, NDMA tasked us to develop the cell broadcast technology, which can deliver the message within 10 seconds to all the customers in the geo-targeted area. So these two technologies are already operational. Just to tell you the scale, already the first technology via SMS, this system has delivered till now 86 billion SMSs. 86 billion SMSs has been disseminated through this system. And this system is already integrated with all our disaster alert agencies, alert generating agencies like INCOIS, NDMA, CWC, IMD, FSI, and DGRE. So this is the first part. But the problem with this system is it is one way. I send you, I don't receive back anything. So this is one way system. And therefore, the second Second part is, that we should be able to respond to each other. Currently, what systems are available with us are like DMR systems, Tetra systems, which are locally configured. For example, if Delhi Police wants that DMR system, they will have their own network. They will have their own network, and it will provide the communication among the first responders. The problem with this system is it is only voice only. It cannot do videos, it cannot do many of the functionality. This is a narrowband system. And the second problem with this system is that it has limitation of the coverage. So if I'm not around the antenna, my walkie-talkie won't come. And therefore, the word over, there was a thought process that why don't we migrate to a broadband system? And let me tell you, few countries like US, FirstNet, UK, ESN, Korea, SafeNet have taken lead and actually implemented these systems. In India, we are also developing this system. CDOT has already developed this MCX system. We deployed first system in Indian Railways as a proof of concept for Indian Railways requirement. And the same system was actually now being pitched to MHA under the guidance of MHA for PPDR network. In this, the MCX system, the advantage will be, it will be text, it will be SMS, it will be video, it will be calling, it will be file sharing, all of that. And it will, now there are two ways of doing it. One, you develop a separate network of PPDR. You develop a separate network of PPDR, and that will be very, very capital intensive. I think Agarwal Sahab mentioned that. It will be quite a capital incentive. Therefore, the best way is that use your existing 4G network and the 5G network and carve out a network which is clearly for MCX. Now, what is MCX? I think Madam Sundarajan touched upon right in the beginning. It has to be resilient, most priority, safe from cyber attacks, safe from power failures. So these are the facilities. And to implement MCX, I need changes in the radios. I need changes in the core. As far as 4G is concerned, it will be much, much easier. But when we have, like in our country, we have 2G, we have 3G, we have 4G, now 5G. So to make it work, and therefore, what we have done, we have started with the 3GPP standard to make it work with 4G and 5G. And since source code is with us, we have made it, adapted it to make it work with 2G and 3G. The other advantage of this system is like walkie-talkies are not location aware. This system is location aware. Depending upon what you are, which kind of responder you are, where you are, depending upon, it has situational awareness, and it is, first responder role-based communication. So this system we are developing, we have already developed this system, and we also have a MCX Alliance in our website, and we in fact request of the agencies or the startups or the industry which are working in this field to join this MCX Alliance, so that for our country, we are able to provide a very safe and secure MCX system, similar to what we delivered in the first stage, the disaster management system, which is one way. Now, there was a point raised by Mr. David, a very bad point, that what happens to the investment already made into DMR systems? Because overnight, you can't replace. Many of the police organizations which we are talking, they're saying that my network should work and your network also should come till I get full confidence in your system to migrate. And therefore, there is a IWF requirement, what he mentioned. And our system actually can make calls to walkie-talkies. Our system can make calls to landline. Our systems can make calls to another mobiles. So the interworking of these systems has been very, very possible in our system. Agarwal Sahab also brought a point of Make in India. Definitely, why we say that as CDOT, being an R&D organization of Government of India, why we are claiming to be capable of developing these technologies, because we have delivered 4G, 5G in BSNL. We have developed our own radios. We have developed MCX. We have developed disaster management. So all the core technologies which are required for successful implementation of this technology are already with CDOT. So therefore, and the other advantage will be as the technology is moving, we'll be able to adapt. Initially, even if the radios don't allow me to modify the QCI, because how we do the prioritization is based on the QCI parameters. Like for example, in mobile, we do QCI for voice, so the voice packets move fast. In here also, we implement QCI. So till we implement QCI in the radio and core, OTT-based system can work. So our system is both OTT-based and 3GPP-based. So where the cells are not capable of QCI implementation, it will work on OTT. Where they are capable of QCI implementation, it will work on MCX. So with the help of the various organizations, government bodies, and the industry and the startup, we will be able to deliver the PPDR system for the country. And I look forward for your cooperation, your suggestions, your guidance, and working with us through our MCX Alliance. So thank you so much for giving me this opportunity, and look forward for Made in India PPDR implementation very soon in India. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for highlighting the role of indigenous technology in strengthening India's mission-critical communications capabilities. Ladies and gentlemen, our special guest of honor today, Lieutenant General Syed Atta Hasnain, retired PVSM, UYSM, AVSM, SM, VSM, Honorable Member of NDMA, brings rich experience in national security, disaster management, and operational readiness. And it is now my privilege to invite our special guest of honor for the address. Let's put our hands together to welcome sir.
Good morning and Jai Hind to everyone. The dignitaries on the dais and the communication warriors of India. That's what I call you. Because I come from a profession of warriorship. Okay? And everything I look at in life is through warriorship. What you are set out to achieve as communication people is also nothing but a warriorship. You will achieve it if you treat your profession as akin to war. The way I treat every profession as akin to war, including the profession at the moment which I am following, disaster management. Let's do a rain check. Communication warriors, how many of you have downloaded the Sachet app in your mobile? Just put up your hands. Upadhyaya Sahab, I was not wrong. I was not wrong. The realization of early warning for disasters has still not seeped into India. And I was just discussing with Lahoti Sahab about the fantastic communications during the Balasore tragedy. And that was all due to the police networks and the railway networks of that time. Today, the disaster networks are doing wonders. But if India is not aware of it, if the communication warriors of themselves are not aware of it, then it's going to be a major challenge for us. What Upadhyaya Sahab didn't tell you perhaps was that along with all those messages which have been sent out as SMSs, make a simple comparison. In the year 1999, when the Odisha super cyclone hit us, I think it was called Paradeep, we lost more than 12,000 lives in Odisha. In 2023, when the cyclone Biparjoy hit us in Gujarat with the same intensity, is through the common alerting protocol set up by CDOT at that time, which sent out 32 million messages. You know how many casualties we had? 0. That is what you can achieve. That is what you have achieved. It is the communication warriors who have done this for India. I come from a profession which deals with communication at all times. My earlier profession as a soldier, as a warrior, and now as a disaster manager. Both deal primarily with communication. Brigadier Tandon will tell you that in our operational order in the armed forces, one of the main paragraphs is communication at the end. And a separate communication instruction is thereafter given. In our training exercises at the Staff College in Wellington, one of the major training exercises called Exercise Kurukshetra is conducted as what is called a telephone battle. Am I right, sir? Telephone battle. The entire thing is conducted on telephone through communications. When I stepped into the shoes of the Colonel General Staff of the Victor Force at Avantipur at the height of anti-terrorist operations in Kashmir, I had, on a single day, I was handling 13 contacts with terrorists in the valley. How could one keep touch with that? 13 contacts at one time, and from your one command post, you were controlling it. It's all through the communication capabilities of the Corps of Signals in the Indian Army that we could achieve that. You should also realize how important communications is for you, for us, for you, for the nation. In our profession and the soldiers, profession of soldiering, the man who carries the radio set is the most vulnerable human being in war. Let me give you a story. When the Battle of Jaffna was on in 1987, the Indian Army launched a battalion to get into the Jaffna football field and try and get hold of Prabhakaran, the LTT Supremo. When the first Pathfinder wave went with the helicopters, the radio operator with the radio on his back was targeted. He was killed. The officer couldn't communicate. Duplication was there, but the other duplicate radio set was somewhere else. He couldn't communicate. And as a result, he couldn't tell the Air Force not to bring the next stick into that football field. Unfortunately, the Air Force couldn't get the message, and the message and that stick of 13 Sikh Halai landed up there. We lost 36 people dead because of that one communication failure. Because the enemy had been smart, they had targeted the communications of the army. I am only telling you all this anecdotally to make you realize, to bring about a self-motivation for you, to realize what an important job you are doing. I'm not talking about technologies. I'm talking as a user. And therefore, may I just tell you, in the last fortnight, we've had 3 major disasters in India. There's a 4th major disaster going on in Mumbai at the moment. In 3 disasters, in Uttarkashi, in Kishtwar, and in Kathua, the first casualty was communication. We couldn't communicate. The DC madam could not even, was traveling 40 kilometers on foot to reach the area where she was, where all the destruction had taken place in Harsil. Thanks to the communication systems and the warriorship of some of our providers, telecom providers, Airtel, Jio, people like that, who all stepped up. They walked into those areas along with the NDRF, along with the Army and the ITBP, and established communication, putting up fresh towers, minor towers everywhere. I hope you know that during the Amarnath Yatra, every year, the 48-kilometer route from Pahalgam to the Holy Cave, special communication facilities come up every year. That's where all the telecom service providers come up and establish their communications from there. That ensures the safety of how many? 500,000 yatris who go up there to that place every year. So every anecdote that I'm telling you is primarily to carry out a self-motivation for you to realize how important a job you are doing. And that as we go along, this job is only going to increase. In my form of profession as a soldier, is communication, the biggest problem in communication also was that it was a two-way weapon. In the sense, the enemy was also attempting to listen to us, get into our communication. And that's where the security, and Madam, I don't know, Madam had spoken about the whole aspect of security and communications too. I remember many years ago, almost 35 years ago, I mapped out a Pakistan exercise only through intercepts of the Pakistan communication. I listened to the complete communication that we got as intercepts, and I could write out a full exercise based on that. And from that, we could make out what exactly was the doctrine and the concept that we're following at a core level in an exercise. So as you develop all these technologies, also ensure the vulnerability aspect of communication. Don't forget it. Because you may think it's an innocuous issue, and what does the public have to do with security of that kind? As we go along, just remember, this issue is going to get more and more important in our lives in every way, whether it comes to financial issues, whether it comes to social issues, all kinds of issues like that. You're finding scandals of all kinds which are taking place through leakages of communication at the moment. So I won't say anything more than that, but except that to appreciate the fantastic job which is being done by the communication warriors of India, and hope that you can only prosper and make India prosper. Thank you very much, and Jai Hind.
Thank you, Lieutenant General Hasnain, for sharing your valuable insights from the perspective of national disaster preparedness and communications. Ladies and gentlemen, our Honorable Chief Guest, Shri Anil Kumar Lahoti ji, Honorable Chairman of Telecom Regulatory Authority of India, has been instrumental in shaping policies that enable secure and resilient communications networks nationwide. And we now have the privilege of requesting Sir for the inaugural address. Let's put our hands together to welcome.
Srimati Sundararajan, Chairperson BIF, Lieutenant General Hasnain, Mr. T.V. Ramachandran, and all the dignitaries on the dais, participants in this first international conference on mission critical communication being organized in India by BIF, members from the media, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to all of you. Colleagues before me have spoken about the Balasore accident. It was 2nd June 2023 when at a small station called Bhernaga Bazar in Balasore district of Odisha, there was that infamous horrendous accident. I, as chairman of Railway Board, immediately rushed to the site and reached the spot in the night of 2nd and 3rd June. There were hundreds of passengers, hundreds of relief and rescue workers, first responders, hundreds of security personnel, and hundreds of onlookers. All of them needing communication. They needed communication to talk, to share information, to share pictures even to share videos. And besides that, we had a huge presence of media who all were wanting to communicate updates on the accident to the world, to the public. All of them needed communication. So we had a big challenge of getting the communication right after the accident in such a huge demand at a small village, at a small station, where there was hardly very little use of communication otherwise. Thanks to our service providers and the Department of Telecommunication, all of them acted together in a warlike situation, and within few hours, and a reasonably good communication facility was put together there. A number of cell on wheels were mobilized. RailTel's optic fiber was used to set up Wi-Fi access points. We were using Wi-Fi access points to even communicate for voice communication. It was a huge challenge. This was complemented by Railway's own mobile radio trunking systems and also the police personnel's mobile radio trunking systems. Everywhere, communication was the first requirement that everybody felt. This is about the rescue and the relief. The accident itself, which was a collision between the ill-fated Coromandel Express with a standing stable goods train, followed by a collision by the Bengaluru-Howrah Express, which collided with the derailed coaches of Coromandel Express. Whether the accident could have been prevented or not by a communication-based train collision avoidance system is a separate technical issue. However, the accident brought the utmost importance of communication-based train collision avoidance system to the fore, and it was the topic of discussion everywhere. Mrs. Sundarajan mentioned about the Kumbh Mela, huge crowd, millions of pilgrims coming to one city, crowd management, security, medical assistance, so many things. All this required communication, and anything untoward happening, immediately everybody will start communicating. Tens of thousands of the people will be communicating. And on top of that, you need the police personnel, the ambulance, the medical personnel, and the fire brigades, etc., to get the due priority in communication. They should be able to communication. All this highlights the very high importance of critical communication that we must have. Agencies are already working on this task. We have just heard Mr. Sanjay Agrawal, who is the person who is dealing with the critical communication in the police forces. So this brings the high importance of critical communication before us, and I must congratulate Broadband India Forum to organize this international conference on critical communication in India, and it's indeed my privilege to be addressing this August gathering on this topic. The subject itself carries immense strategic importance, not only just for our country, but for the global community, as we navigate an era marked by rising climate vulnerabilities, leading to natural disasters, growing urbanization, needing the challenges of communication in managing the urban requirements, and the increasingly complex security situations. Critical communication is not merely radios and telecommunication networks. The important thing is trust. one should be able to communicate if one is in need of help. The message should reach. It should reach clearly and fast. Commercial communications are designed for convenience and capacity. Whereas in case of critical communications, the importance is of resilience. It should survive the adversities, reliability, and real-time responsiveness. Critical communication systems must operate flawlessly in a high-pressure environment, whether during natural disasters or major public events, or even in the face of cyber attacks. It should be able to work, or even in case of infrastructure failures, which may happen. So critical communication, we have just heard, has a very high important role in rescue and relief operations during emergencies, disaster situations, etc. The effectiveness and efficiency of public protection and law enforcement pivots on robust and reliable communication network. Critical communication systems rely on redundant and hardened infrastructure. They should have failover links, backup power, geographically dispersed core networks, and designed to maintain uptime under extreme conditions. To deliver this level of dependability, critical communication system have to be a robust blend of technologies, including land mobile radio systems, mission critical LTE and 5G systems, and also the satellite communication systems. So in today's my address, I would be briefly touching upon 4 aspects of critical communication. A, emergency response. B, public protection and disaster recovery. C, MRTS-based mission critical applications. And D, railway safety and security applications. Telecom networks play a critical role in the emergency response we just now heard to enable rapid and coordinated communication among government agencies, first responders, and the public. In this regard, in November 2013, TRAI made key recommendations on telecom network failures during emergency or disasters, priority routing of calls for persons engaged in response and recovery. Through these recommendations, TRAI recommended for a priority call routing system which should be instituted to ensure that calls of personnel responsible for response and recovery during disaster are routed on priority. These were the early efforts for priority communication during disasters and emergencies. In April 2015, TRAI issued recommendations on single number based integrated emergency communication and response system, or IECRS, wherein TRAI recommended for a universal single emergency number, that is 112 across India, which was similar to the 911 in USA or 112 in Europe. These recommendations were may sound small, but they were significant major steps enhancing the availability of emergency services to the public. Mr. Upadhyay has spoken at length about the cell broadcasting system. That's an important initiative taken by with the help of the technology developed by CDOT, and this is being tried out in all the states and union territories of the country. Through cell broadcast, citizen can be given early warnings for impending disasters such as cyclones, tsunamis, etc., with very little lead time. Public protection and disaster relief. Public protection and disaster relief systems are specialized communication networks, which are crucial for maintaining public safety, law enforcement, and disaster response. And telecom networks are central to the modern PPDR for enabling real-time, secure, and reliable communication for the first responders and authorities. There is growing realization that PPDR networks are no longer optional. These are essential for the national infrastructure. One of the success stories of PPDR systems is in the USA, where in 2012, the US government established an independent authority called the First Responder Network Authority, or FirstNet, to deliver a nationwide broadband network dedicated to public safety. FirstNet's network partner, AT&T, completed the initial build-out of the network with a federal investment of approximately $6.5 billion. At present, AT&T serves over 7 million public safety connections, providing coverage across all the US states, territories, and the District of Columbia. Likewise, South Korea government has rolled out the LTE-based nationwide public safety PS network and has invested around $1.5 billion for the PS LTE network, which includes the pilot, deployment, and operational costs. The South Korea government has built this network over 700 megahertz band. In 2018, the government announced National Digital Communication Policy, and one of the strategies of NDCP 2018 was to enhance the PPDR plan for India by facilitating the establishment of a pan-India network for PPDR, making necessary spectrum available for PPDR, and implementing global and regional harmonized spectrum plans for PPDR. In this regard, in June 2018, TRAI sent its recommendations on next generation PPDR communication networks to the government, wherein TRAI recommended for setting up a pan-India integrated broadband PPDR communication network based on 3GPP PS LTE technology, and recommended for putting in place a hybrid model of BBPPDR network, which included for metro cities, border districts, disaster-prone areas, and sensitive areas like J&K and Northeast, a dedicated network for broadband PPDR communication. In other regions, the existing commercial network could be leveraged through any telecom service provider. So through these recommendations, TRAI also recommended for forming a special purpose vehicle under the Ministry of Home Affairs to plan, coordinate, and steer the nationwide broadband PPDR communication network implementation and its operation. The fourth aspect that I wish to touch is the MRTS-based mission critical application. Worldwide, cellular mobile telecom systems have been the most prominent telecom systems, and alongside that, non-cellular land mobile radio systems have also developed to cater to the niche users for mission critical applications. Unlike cellular systems, non-cellular land mobile radio systems are not intended for the use of public, but are engineered to provide mission critical communication among a group or organization. MRTS offers unique features such as low latency, assured availability, priority, and preemption. MRTS systems have widespread applications in sectors such as public safety, which may include police, defense, fire services, etc., manufacturing, including oil and gas, mining, etc., in utilities, in transportation, such as railway, airport, etc., at construction sites, and so on. In July 2018, TRAI recommended for assignment of a spectrum for public mobile radio trunking services to the government. And through these recommendations, TRAI recommended for the rationalization of the spectrum charges for PMRTS and earmarking of frequency bands for PMRTS to ensure adequate and harmonized availability of spectrum for PMRTS. Recently, in September 2024, TRAI has sent its recommendations on the framework for service authorization under the Telecommunication Act 2023. Through these recommendations, TRAI has recommended for enabling a regulatory framework for PMRTS and CMRTS authorization under the Telecom Act 2023. Railway passenger safety and security applications. Indian Railways are, as we know, are spread over 68,000 route kilometers, and radio communication in railway is considered is mission critical for the train operations and management of train emergency situations. The railway radio communication system between the train and trackside provides railway traffic control, passenger safety, and security for train operations. Based on a reference from the Department of Telecommunication in October 2019, TRAI has recommended that 5 MHz paired spectrum in 700 MHz band be assigned to Indian Railways for implementing mission-critical push-to-talk communications, passenger information display systems, and live feed of video surveillance for few coaches at a time. After considering these recommendations, the government assigned 5 MHz paired spectrum to Indian Railways for public safety and security services. Later, based on another reference from DOT in December 2024, TRAI recommended that in addition to the already assigned 5 MHz spectrum, an additional 5 MHz in 700 MHz band also be assigned to Indian Railways so that Indian Railways can meet its entire critical data throughput requirement for the signaling system operations, mission critical push to talk, safety and security requirements. Similarly, on a separate reference from DOT, TRAI has also recommended in December 2022 for assignment of 5 MHz spectrum in the 700 MHz band to the National Capital Region Transport Corporation, that is NCRTC, for catering to its safety, security, and train control systems. In conclusion, I would like to say that the infrastructure, policies, spectrum, and standards are being rapidly developed to create a resilient, secure, and integrated national framework for critical communication in the country. And as Mrs. Sundararajan also highlighted, that the need is to integrate the systems so that we have an integrated mission critical communication system in the country. With these words, I once again compliment BIF for organizing this conference, and I'm sure the day-long deliberations will enable the participants to discuss all the various technical and operational aspects of mission critical communication, which will benefit the further rollout of these systems. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, sir, for your authoritative insights and guidance on policy frameworks for India's mission-critical communications ecosystem. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would request Srimati Aruna Sundararajan to kindly do the honors of presenting a small token of our gratitude to our Honorable Chief Guest as a token of our appreciation. And I would request Mr. T.V. Ramachandran, President BIF, to kindly do the honors of presenting mementos to our special guest of honor, Lieutenant General Syed Atta Hasnain. We present to our special guest of honor, Dr. R.K. Upadhyay, CEO, CDOT. We present to our special guest of honor, Shri Sanjay Kumar, CMD RailTel. To our guest of honor, Shri Manish Agarwal, IPS, Special Commissioner, Delhi Police. To Shri Sanjay Agarwal, ITS Director, DCPW. And to Mr. David Deacon, MD and CEO, Etherstack. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to conclude the proceedings of the inaugural session, may I invite Mr. T.V. Ramachandran, President of BIF, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Sapna. Ladies and gentlemen, I think this is a really one of the proudest privileges I've had in my long career in telecommunications. And I'm thankful to all of you for affording me this. A very special privilege to deliver a vote of thanks at this inaugural session of MCC, Mission Critical Communications. Almost entire India is crazy about MCC cricket, Marylebone Cricket Club, but this is a first MCC, a conference on MCC, which is even higher in importance than cricket for us. It's our livelihood, our lifeline. So my vote of thanks, of course, starts first with our respected chief guest, Shri A.K. Lahoti, Chairman TRAI, and the distinguished galaxy of speakers we have on the dais. I cannot say the Madam Chairperson reminded me, and the organizers also, that they have to discipline me to follow time, and everybody has followed time. So I don't have the time to even read out everybody and praise them. But really thankful to all this distinguished galaxy of supereminent dignitaries on the dais and off it. So many are there here, distinguished people. I'll take all day to thank them. As well as distinguished people from government, industry, public safety bodies, great friends from media, our valuable partners, TCCA, led by none other than Mr. Kevin Graham, and all of the ladies and gentlemen. Respected Chief Guest, sir, this is my first disclaimer is this is not a concluding remarks session. So I cannot presume to even try to summarize what they say. Each one of them has given such wonderful pearls of wisdom for us to follow. But respected Chief Guest, sir, if I may presume it, we are deeply honored by your presence and so grateful for the inspiring words on the importance of mission critical communications, how you have rolled it out in various times, and the authority has been the first to have a consultation on PPDR. They are so committed to that. You have brought out, sir, the great importance of resilience and reliability in connectivity. That is what you stressed, and that's what we are all dedicated to. Your guidance, sir, today charts the way for disaster response, public safety, and citizen services. My thanks also, sir, to all our partners and speakers here. Special thanks to TCCA, the global apex body for critical communications, mission critical communications, which works on interoperability, mission critical broadband, strong support for India. Distinguished speakers and panel chairs, you all have set, your insights have set us a new high benchmark for the rest of the conference. I also would like to thank organizers, including Lalit, who always give us tremendous support, and everybody else associated with this organizing team. Our venue staff, our sponsors, technical partners, exhibitors, and all the tireless effort, seamless execution. You cannot believe it, to organize a conference like this and that too a first time ever in India. A conference like this, it requires such meticulous planning and background work. There are huge challenges, but they have done it. I thank most of all you participants and media who have motivated us by doing this, by being present here. Your presence has shown a shared resolve to build robust, secure, like all the speakers have pointed out, interoperable critical communications for India. Unless you were so convinced on that, you would not be here today, spending so much time with us on this. But though I have not presumed to try and summarize, I kept making notes while they were talking, but impossible to summarize so many things in the short time. Time's up, it says. But in closing, I'd like to dwell on 3 touchstones. First, as our chief guest pointed out, user-centered, real-time responsive solutions. It has to be real-time, otherwise it's meaningless. Practical, easy to roll out, ready for what you call first responders. That is not first time, but first responders and citizens. He dwelt on the robustness, resilience, and reliability. He talked about public protection and disaster response. PPDR is not an option, no longer an option. It is a mandatory requirement for the nation. So, I've concluded, exceeded my time, continue to be indisciplined. With utmost gratitude, I'll wrap up now with utmost gratitude to our chief guest, our sponsors, participants, and media, and most important, especially to the 4 very dedicated backroom workers, totally invisible, who made this happen. And believe me, I'm 100% honest in this. Mr. Sanjay Agarwal, Mr. Kevin Graham, and his TCCA colleagues, Sri Devgarsh ji, I don't know where he is, like, he's not visible even, and consort, who have stood with us all the while. And as mentioned by Sanjay ji also, the one and only Debu or Debashish Bhattacharya and team BIF. Thank you all once again. And I really hope that every one of you has a productive, meaningful conference, which is most important for the safety and well-being of every one of us in India. In fact, while I started this thanks by saying MCC, Mission Critical Communications, I would like to close it by all of us dedicating it to a new avatar of MCC, which is NCC, Nation Critical Communications. This is critical for the entire nation. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. I would now request our dignitaries on the dais to kindly come together in the front for a group photograph. Also inviting to join the dignitaries Brigadier Anil Tandon, Director General BIF, and Mr. Debashish Bhattacharya, Senior DDG BIF, to kindly come up on the stage for the group photograph. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together to thank all our dignitaries for gracing this occasion, for all the insightful, valuable insights we had from each one of them. And with that, we close the session, inviting all of you to join us for tea. As we are already running behind schedule, the tea break will be only of 10 minutes. And we would request all of you to kindly carry your cups back to the hall so that we can begin the next session in time. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, the tea break is only for 10 minutes.
Thank you very much for the first session.
Thanks, Kevin.
Hello, Brad. Maybe you can hear me.
I hear you. Hopefully you can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you. So we have been able to do a mutual audio test. Now it's another question whether they can put it on the speaker.
Yeah, we're good.
All right. How are you doing?
Good. Yourself?
Yeah, all right. I got my visa to India this morning. It's like 24 hours late. How life is.
I just couldn't get away to get down there. It's so busy right now.
Yeah. Well, I still need to do an LS for the SA1 meeting for Monday, so I'm running a bit late on that one as well. But you know, life is.
Never slows down right now.
Yeah.
At least the sun is out there.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's 9:47 a.m. Sunrise is still around 6 or something.
Yeah. No, still 2:45 in the morning here. So
Yeah. Did you actually sleep, or are you from the?
no, I slept for a few hours to wake up.
Okay. All right. Good. Yeah.
So Kevin's there, huh? So I'm on the
Kevin is
stage.
there, and indeed I was supposed to be there, but well, just didn't happen.
I didn't listen to the very beginning. How did he presented in the beginning? Yeah.
Yeah. He was most of all spreading a whole lot of thank you to every possible direction,
Good.
and that since they're running late, they are probably cutting us a bit shorter. So instead of 10 minutes, it's now 8 minutes. That's what they have told me. So
sure.
Okay, I'll make a test on sharing screen. So then you can let me know if it works. Well, first of all, if I'm able to share screen. Yes, there is a share screen.
Yeah, I know I had sent them my slides and they said they would control them there.
Yeah.
So
all right, but you probably see my screen now.
I do. Yep, I can see it.
So I could run this. Okay, all right, and maybe I'll also test that I can change the slides, and that's not just title slide. That's also sometimes a bit of an issue. All right, are they changing to you? Are they?
They're changing. Yep.
Yeah. How let's make a check. How long does it take this time? So I press now. When do you see it change?
It's changing pretty quick. As soon as you said now, it changed.
All right, good. That's excellent. So then we are kind of good with this.
I'm gonna see if I can. Share mine too, just in case.
Yeah, I can now see the PowerPoint. It's not in the presentation mode, so I'm seeing the screen with all the PowerPoint template. Now it's a presentation. Yes.
Presentation mode now. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's good. Yeah. All right. Because if we are able to run our own slides, it's easier to stay in the 8 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah, I can.
Or something, whatever it is.
Yeah, I can zip through any of this if they want. Yeah, I've only got 10 slides that I can just cut through.
Yeah.
Get it in the 8 minutes.
Yeah, I have 10 slides also, but one of them is just to make a slide by animation by slides. So instead of animation, I have 2 slides.
Sure. And the other speakers are all there for our group?
Yeah, I think that we are the only ones that are online.
Okay. Good morning. How are you?
Asking you.
Oh, I'm fine.
So in the middle of the day,
Yeah.
for you, it's like 2 o'clock in the morning. So
Yeah.
let me ask you. So hope everything is okay. You had just make sure you got enough. Put some water in your eyes so that you don't fall asleep.
No, I'm good.
Let me straight away come to the point.
Okay.
The reason why I called you is I think you can present it yourself. In case you run into bandwidth issues, then we'll take over.
Okay.
I think it is better. I just spoke to Tero. Tero is presenting it himself. He's also joined online.
Yeah, him and I are
suggest you do
talking.
it also at your end.
Yeah, him and I are talking to each other right now. Okay.
Present it. Yeah, please do it. And in case there's a problem, then we'll take over. Okay.
Okay. No, perfect. Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. Yeah, I'm on the camera and Taro and I are talking, so.
Screen share, so you can have the rights to present it yourself.
Perfect.
Okay.
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 All right. We'll see you in a bit. Thanks. Bye. You heard all that?
Yeah. It would be
Okay.
good if they would run some audio check so that they can actually hear us, so that we don't.
Well, that
there
was the issue last time, I think. Remember, we
Yeah.
did this, or they were at, we
Yeah.
couldn't hear them and we couldn't
Yeah.
hear.
Yeah,
if they were
I was
hearing us or
sending
not.
you WhatsApps from the desk.
Yeah. Yeah, we couldn't, they're asking questions and stuff and we couldn't.
Let's keep on talking so the audio AV people can confirm that they can hear us.
Hopefully,
I really do hope that they try to check it out. Because I mean.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would request everyone to kindly be seated. We are ready to go ahead with the proceedings of our next session. Ladies and gentlemen, we are running really behind schedule and need to get back on time. We have some very eminent speakers, but if we do not give them time, they won't be able to do justice with their presentations or addresses. I would request everyone to kindly be seated back as soon as possible. We move ahead with our session 2, which is on mission critical communications, global case studies and standards. Our session chair is joining us online, Mr. Tero Personen. He is Director and Board Member, TCCA. He serves as the Director and Board Member of TCCA, the international association that drives standardization, interoperability, and innovation in mission-critical communications. He brings extensive experience in shaping global standards and strategies for public safety and critical networks. A very warm welcome to you, sir.
Good morning to you.
Eminent speaker, Mr. Brad Morrell, is also joining us online. Mr. Brad Morrell is Director of Networks and Technologies at FirstNet USA, a pioneering public safety broadband network. He specializes in designing and deploying resilient communication systems for first responders and emergency services. And we also extend a warm welcome to Mr. Brad Morrell. A warm welcome to you, sir. We invite on stage our eminent speaker, Mr. Jitendra Singh, Senior Director, Government Affairs, Qualcomm. He will be focusing on advancing policy and standards for wireless communication and has expertise in 3GPP standards, non-terrestrial networks, and device-to-device communications critical for mission-critical applications. A very warm welcome to you, sir. We invite on stage our eminent speaker, Mr. Mayank Bhargava, Director, Emerging Business, Ericsson, India. He brings deep expertise in designing and deploying public protection and disaster relief PPDR networks and has driven multiple mission-critical communications projects across Europe. We invite Mr. Aditya Saraf, Business Head, Motorola Solutions India Private Limited. He focuses on delivering value-added applications for broadband PPDR networks, enabling operational efficiency and enhanced capabilities for first responders and public safety agencies. And finally, we invite Mr. Devdarsh Jain, Director Consort Digital, who is leading innovative solutions in mission-critical communications and digital transformation. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to session 2 on mission-critical communications, global case studies and standards. In this session, we will examine global trends, best practices, and market opportunities in mission-critical communications. Our distinguished speakers will present case studies and share insights into how secure and resilient networks are evolving globally to safeguard the public safety essential services and vital industries, setting the context for India's critical communications roadmap. I now invite our distinguished session chair, Mr. Tero Personen, Director and Board Member, TCCA, to officially commence this session with his opening remarks and to kindly present on global standards in critical communications, providing a foundational understanding that frames the rest of the session. And ladies and gentlemen, before I hand over to our chair, Mr. Tero Personen, I would like to request all our speakers that the time limit for each presentation is maximum 7 to 8 minutes. We will be sounding a buzzer after 7 minutes, which will sound something like this. Can we have the buzzer? Yes, this is the buzzer which will sound for all our speakers after 7 minutes, and you will have 1 minute more to conclude your presentation or address that you are presenting. And for the audience, ladies and gentlemen, if we do not have time left in the end after all the presentations are over, we request you to kindly pass on your queries, your comments, any questions that you have to the organizers with your contact details, and they will be addressed on later on by eminent speakers. So over to you, Mr. Tero Personen, for your opening remarks and to carry forward the proceedings of the session.
Thank you very much indeed. So let me share my screen. I hope you are able to see it. Over the next, let's say, 6 minutes, I'd like to set the scene for the other distinguished and esteemed speakers to cover. So the topic is standards in critical communications. So let us ask ourselves first, what is critical communication? Most of all, it ranges from society defense, total defense point of view, be it starting from the military, public safety, police, fire, ambulance, as well as continuing to the transport, utilities, all those things that are required to keep the society running. The other very important part is what are then the requirements of these critical communication sectors. These are the things that tend to bring these sectors together. First of all, there's a need for coverage, be it in metropolitan urban areas or on the countryside. Connection needs to be there. It needs to be available day and night, every day, regardless of the circumstances. It needs to provide resilience on a sunny day when everything is wonderful, the regular operations are taking place, but also when there are disasters like flooding. It has to provide the performance, instant service, the ability to make sure that when a first responder says a message, for instance, a command, don't shoot, the word don't is delivered and not lost on the way. And it has to scale from a small incident to a large scale forest fire or a major regional or even nationwide disaster. And fundamentally, it also needs to provide the functional suitability. So these are the fundamental requirements we see through these sectors globally. Summarizing it, the connection is the lifeline. So this is the basis for all of us, what we have here. Now, it's also quite important for us to remember that we are a small minority, even globally. There are 7 billion consumers utilizing 3GPP technologies, 4G, 5G, 6G. And if we are very generous, we might be only 0.1 billion across all these sectors. What it fundamentally means is that in the technology side, we have to drive for one common voice. We need to work together to make sure that our voice is heard. The incumbent technologies on the narrowband world, Tetra P25, they do a wonderful work in delivering voice-centric services and some messaging. But now as we have joined the 3GPP standardization train for LTE, 5G, 6G, and eventually further generations, we need to be there united, continuously proving in the domain where there are the organizations serving the 7 billion consumers that we are very important. We keep the societies running, and if there are issues, we are the ones that come for help. Now, if I move quickly to the other side, so what does this mean? It means that on all layers of the ecosystem, we need to come together and address the requirements. In the standardization, 3GPP, ETSI, and others do a wonderful work setting the standards. And the role of the industry is to perform the implementation, the operators to provide the service. On the other side, equally important it is for the governments to provide the legal framework, and there we also need to be united globally. Then the agencies to provide the operational procedures, and then fundamentally all of these come together on the application level, providing the capabilities in the end for the first responders and other critical communication users to run the services, providing safety and security day in, day out. If we think on the 3GPP promise, what does the 3GPP technology promise to us, and where are we with that in a super summary? The mission critical services have already been defined in the standard. The quality of service, priority preemption, that has been defined in the standard. So we all have reached the maturity level that we can roll out globally 3GPP-based technology for mission critical communication purposes. And Brad will share the example of FirstNet very soon after me. The part we are working together, and there I am sincerely calling support from India, are the things related to device-to-device operation. So when the network coverage isn't there, satellite-to-device operation, also providing resilience, capabilities in efficiently connecting control rooms in a standardized way globally, as well as ensuring that the interoperability of all of this is certified. There's another presentation about that later on in the session 4, so we'll pay attention to that. But there are also great promises coming up with 6G, with sensing, with augmented reality, with virtual reality, XR-related things. On the 6G, what I would want to say, where we as a community together need to work and ensure in the standardization, now the door is open, is that the trust is the key element of 6G, so that we can trust our lives on it. Now we can influence it, so let's work together on that one. Concluding, setting things into a timeline. Worldwide, we are now facing the transition from narrowband to broadband services in many countries. Narrowband services will continue to exist and provide the service in those places where they are deployed. They are very good for what they have been designed, but for information-centric operations with video and massive censoring, broadband is required. The 5G is there in rollout, 6G is there in the beginning of the standardization, and the device generations are coming. This is also quite different from the past world. We need to continuously have this updated technology roadmap. And with this, I conclude my part and hand over to Brad. Thank you very much.
Okay, let me. Pull up my slides, hopefully. You're seeing those as they come up?
Very well, they are.
No, sir, we can't see your slides yet. Yeah, they are on now, sir. You can go ahead.
Okay, good. So good morning from the US, as it's say about 3 o'clock in the morning here. So it's great to get a chance to talk with everybody. My name is Brad Morrell. I'm the Assistant Executive Director with the FirstNet Authority. I'll go through this quickly. I know you're behind on time, so just share a few things, and then hopefully this is the start of many conversations. The FirstNet Authority is a U.S. federal program. We are a nationwide network. I am part of the U.S. government. We have an implementer for that network in the U.S. that is on contract to deliver this network across the entire 50 states of the U.S., 5 territories, and the District of Columbia. So we are a complete nationwide network dedicated just to public safety and mission critical functions. Our network is built on a couple core premises, that it provides dedicated spectrum, that it provides priority and preemption to public safety. It has a dedicated core. Everything that we do for evolving the network and building out the network is driven by public safety. So I have an extensive team that are meeting daily with public safety, that are out at special events. When there's disasters, they're out there. We're seeing what's working, what's not working, seeing what's evolving. We're collaborating and coordinating with public safety. We also are doing it a fair amount with the folks like there in India, folks with TCCA, folks all over the world. We help facilitate and lead a program of global leaders exchanging ideas on this. As Tero showed and talked about, in the public safety mission critical space, we're simply a grain of sand on the beach of telecommunications. So it's imperative that we collaborate and we coordinate, and we're looking to exchange with each other and build economies of scale that excite industry and excite innovation. And the mission of public safety and the mission of communications in public safety is common globally. So the needs of firefighters are the same in New Delhi as they are in New Jersey. They need to communicate, they need to be able to do their mission effectively. So collaborating at events like this and ongoing collaboration is real important. Exchanging, as you see on the ideas on the slide, some of the things that we deliver, but everyone will have some different things that their networks deliver, and we can all continue to learn off of each other from that. Briefly, FirstNet is the network itself is an all-band solution. It does have dedicated spectrum, band 14, 700 megahertz, 20 megahertz dedicated. However, we do have access to an entirety of AT&T spectrum in the US. It is an all-band solution with total priority preemption and a quality of service level that's different user experience. We've done that by building and leveraging existing AT&T towers that we lease off. We built our own dedicated towers. Often we're building towers in extreme rural areas or areas that would not be a typical commercial need there, or a financial justification, but it may be a rural area, it may be a tribal territory or others, and we absorb the cost and build that tower to make sure that we're delivering for what public safety needs. As I mentioned, it is all band. A user their device will look for band 14 first, but it will look for what the best user experience will be and the best strength, signal strength, and a shift over. The user has no real insight unless they're running testing software or other things of what band they're in. They're just getting the same priority preemption and user experience, regardless of what spectrum they're using. As I mentioned, dedicated spectrum. So that device signal comes in, hits the tower, and is immediately identified. We have our own PLM IDs. It identifies if it's a consumer user or if it's a FirstNet subscriber and routes it to the appropriate core. If it hits our dedicated core, gets treated differently, has different propagation as it's moving its pathway through the platform and then back out. So I mentioned it, this is a very unique public-private partnership on how we're doing this in the US, where you may see FirstNet built with AT&T. That is the AT&T side that we contract. We put in place a 25-year contract with them. They are putting some of their own funding in, and essentially we give them access to that spectrum, to that 20 megahertz of spectrum, in return for developing the network for public safety. The real unique part of this comes in the financials on how we're doing this. We have been able to deliver this network for public safety at no cost to the taxpayer. Essentially, AT&T, we gave them money, $6.5 billion initially to build out over the first 5 years. That is now complete. We are operating. We have 2.99 million square miles of coverage. We are the largest coverage carrier, though only dedicated to public safety, but we are the largest coverage carrier in the United States. We have, and I'll show you some numbers here of the users in a few minutes, but we're able to leverage all of that coverage as essentially monetizing it. AT&T first got paid upfront to build it. Now, for the next 25 years, they're going to be giving us payments, which is what supports the daily operation of the network and what supports the evolution of the network as we reinvest. In the act and the law that created us, we have to continually reinvest any of the funding back into the network. There can't be a profit that goes to other parts of the government or any other area. Every dollar that comes back into the network has to be spent on the network. So that's where the real innovation part comes in, that we don't have a cost. that goes to strategic investments. So we've got over the next 10 years, an $8 billion strategic investment, upgrading everything to 5G, standalone, more deployables, more coverage with everything in the US. So the top requirement of public safety is always coverage is king. We need more coverage. So we're always building more towers, getting more coverage, whether it's coverage that's there all the time, or if it's deployable coverage to get to ultra rural areas for short periods of time. So where we're at today, we're at right now about 7.5 million connections in the US. We have over 30,000, about 32,000 public safety agencies using FirstNet. FirstNet is a choice, it is not a mandate. So public safety decides that, hey, we want to subscribe and adopt FirstNet. It is an augmentation to their land mobile radio systems or their TETRA systems, so that should they choose to just move to broadband, that is a choice of theirs. Some agencies have started to do that and turn off their land mobile radio networks and shift just to broadband. But again, that's purely their choice. A couple of our keys to success so far as we keep growing, we add about 3,000 connections, new connections a day. It's been the constant engagement with public safety. Can't stress that enough. Hear what they want, facilitate what they want, try to keep finding ways to innovate. Find ways to get self-sustaining. So when budgets get tight, tax revenues get tight, you can keep generating a network, a wider ecosystem. We're doing that here today. That wider ecosystem becomes exchange too. Make sure you're bringing your public entities right there with your private entities, industry, working together with industry to solve things, not trying to do it on your own. And then commit to evolution, as Tara was just talking about, 6G and other areas that we're looking at, keep evolving and keep exchanging. That's the super quick part. Up on the slide, if you want to take a photo of it or any of these slides, I've shared it with the group. You're welcome to get them from them too. But there's my email. Feel free to reach out. From the US side, we're always happy to reach out and exchange with any of the nations. We're excited to see India moving forward with this, and we're happy to have any conversations and look forward to learning from you as well at some point as you deploy. So thank you for the time and look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you, Mr. Morel, for sharing those valuable lessons from FirstNet that provide a benchmark for mission-critical networks worldwide. And now I would like to invite Mr. Jitendra Singh, Senior Director, Government Affairs at Qualcomm, who will be providing us an overview of 3GPP standards relevant to critical communications, including non-terrestrial networks and device-to-device communications, essential for enhancing connectivity in challenging environments. And may I once again remind you, sir, about the time limit of 7 to 8 minutes. So let's put our hands together to welcome.
Good afternoon, Jai Hind. So, as we heard that time is limited, so I will try to go quickly over my slides because I prepared for a larger session time plan. So I will be focusing and discussing on Sidelink. Sidelink is a technology which is a 3GPP based technology, and it is for primarily for public safety use cases. So what is Sidelink? Sidelink is basically a direct device-to-device communication without need of cellular connectivity, but it can also extend the cellular connectivity to the area where there is no cellular connectivity using Sidelink operations. So it can increase the and distributed operations in that area at scale. The technology can adopt and to area where there's no connectivity available. But if you have Sidelink connectivity between devices, which are standard devices, 3GPP based devices, your standard mobile devices, you can also get it extended to the network based on the connectivity and based on the situational awareness of those devices, they can connect to this network, the standard G Node B. So this will also applicable to your wearables. You can actually, your firefighters and other service providers can actually use this solution of SideLink in their wearables, and they can communicate to each other in real time and provide awareness of the situation, and also use AI, on-device AI, for ensuring that the aggregate data is available and is enabled between various users of this service. So it can be in your hands-free voice communication, it can be your wireless body camera, and other such monitors which you are actually going to use in the any situation where you are going to use this critical communication solution. So this is not a new technology. It came into play a long time back, almost a decade back, with release 12 and 13 of 3GPP. Initially, it was basically between two devices, 3GPP based devices or mobile devices. Subsequently, in release 14, 15, it focused on getting your automobile connected using SideLink. And release 16 and 17 saw IoT getting included in this particular SideLink connectivity. And also the bandwidth, there was a possibility of increasing the bandwidth with release 16. And now, talking of release 18, it has got much more enhancement and advance in terms of SideLink connectivity. So release 12, actually, as I said, it was direct to device between two devices and one-to-many connectivity. Then release 13 focused on public safety part of it, and release 14 and 15 actually spoke about connectivity to network as well. So this is LTE advance to 5G evolution, which happened on SideLink. And going forward on release 16, which is technical foundation applicable for broader SideLink use cases. You can have lower latency using 5G SideLinks, wider bandwidth by 2x2 MIMO and such configurations. You have expanded applications and ranges, improved reliability because of retransmissions from the feedback, based on feedback from receivers. You have higher quality of service framework, and there is self-synchronization on Z-axis also as well in this. Coming to release 17, what release 17 of 3GPP specs is basically for public safety and IoT and commercial use cases. So that is what SideLink is actually being planned and used. And it helps in improving the resource allocation, power saving enhancements, geographic confinement, which is very important, that you don't want to get into a domain where there's already another network which is going on and you don't want to interfere in that network. So you can actually ensure that there's a geo-fencing done by and geographic confinement done by this. And in release 17, we also started working on L2 and layer 2 and layer 3 device to network relay. So this is something which is important, which is going to help. And why I heard in the first session that there was a discussion on this as well, that how do we have two different kind of networks connecting together. So we can use unlicensed spectrum here, multi-beam operations, SideLink carrier aggregation. All these are possible with release 17 in this, with release 18. The increased data rates, robustness of network is possible with this, and bandwidth is also gets increased because of carrier aggregation. And this ensures that your connectivity is assured. I'll skip some slides here, noting that my time is already going to close. Yeah, so here we can see that layer 3 relay is possible, where the tethered devices won't know that they are connected to a G node B through a relay device. And there is a case where layer 3 relay devices actually connect to 5G RAN using network slicing. And then there's also possible of doing layer 2 relay using MAC, which is MAC layer connectivity, giving independent IP addresses to these tethered devices. So this is how you can connect to G-Node B using all these systems without using the resources to the maximum. So basically, you have a network to device connectivity possible and device to device connectivity on SideLink, which is possible, and extending a network to a device which is not in a area where you have connectivity. So other than that, it also enhances the all 3-axis positioning, and 4G LBS had limited capability in Z-axis, but with 5G precise positioning, you have 2-meter vertical accuracy as well. So this can help you in those areas like in dense urban areas, rural areas, inside building, jungles, in tunnels, in basements. All those places, this can be very helpful. So I see my time is up here, but a quick point on how this is being done. There are various methods by which you actually do the positioning here and ensure that your devices get the latest and the current position without having, even if they are not connected to a network, they can still do it. So they don't need a network connectivity to position, give a correct position about their location, which can actually help in some use cases. For example, there's a fire and then you want to find out where is the firefighter who is missing in action. So you can actually locate because of his devices will continue transmitting and the accurate location can be derived out of that information. So I have more material which I can actually discuss later on, and you have my coordinates. I will be happy to connect on this more and discuss more. I need to close because it shows time's up for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, sir, for clearly explaining the role of global standards and technology enablers in mission critical communications. And ladies and gentlemen, you may kindly get in touch with Mr. Singh for further clarification you need on this topic or more information. Unfortunately, the time was running out and he had to cut his presentation short. Next, we would like to welcome Mr. Mayank Bhargava, Director Emerging Business at Ericsson India, and he will be presenting on the European case studies in public protection and disaster relief networks, illustrating best practices in implementing resilient mission-critical communication systems.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much to TCCA and BIF Forum for giving us this opportunity and to speak on the very critical aspect and the subject of the time today about industry industrialization through Industry 4.0 or moving the narrowband technologies from the LMR, PMR days to wideband broadband technologies, which can not only support voice, data, video, but also able to support AR, VR use cases, both for the industries and the government. Now, before we dwell into this wideband broadband networks, I think it is more important that we should be able to leverage the existing TSP networks, of course, augmenting them with the critical network capabilities, and also deploying the non-captive public networks as the case may be requirement for the private or the government organizations. Now, over the few minutes, I will try to dwell into how these critical communications are moved into the mission critical networks, what are the critical parameters, where does Ericsson sees ourselves playing into the role of mission critical networks, where is the global trend right now, and of course, I will conclude with a couple of global case studies taken from the Europe. Hopefully, I should be able to maintain my time. So moving on, I think the need of the hour, what we have seen, and we heard in the inaugural session today about the various challenges what our defense forces or the public safety organizations face. I think the need of the hour is also the technology need to evolve to provide the digital edge to them to not only meet the current challenges, but also resonate with the Government of India Digital India vision. As a trusted partner and a network expert, Ericsson can deliver the mission critical networks both for the cellular mobile operators as well as for the government vertical organization, which are very high performing networks with resilience, with security, and also able to provide secure connectivity to the public safety and the vertical infrastructure segment organizations. What started with the LMR narrowband technology, moving to broadcast security systems, the mission critical network, connectivity networks took a leapfrog when the 4G came in picture, where you could provide the MCX services over the cellular network, along with the quality of service, prioritization, and also the geo-redundant features, what was spoken in the inaugural session. But today, when we look into the advent of 5G coming in, and especially with the India already leapfrogging to the 5G networks, what we can see is that today we are able to provide the privacy security and also the local breakout session for the multi-network operations required based on, say, the RedCap or ULCC or the network slicing basis use cases. For us, the critical part here, which we look into, is mainly in the 5 aspects when we look into what the mission critical network constitutes of. The first and the foremost, of course, we spoke about in the morning session also about the network availability. I think it all speaks about how the network is available with the 5 nines capability to be available at the right time requirement during the critical events. The second is, of course, the multi-network operations, basically which will enabling the traffic across multi-networks based on the priority and the quality of service. The third is the coverage and capacity. These kind of network, mission critical network required the coverage and the capacity when it is required most for a differentiation from the commercial users like all of us here. The fourth is, of course, the security area hardening. It is all about enabling the authentication, the authorization, and also enabling the secure communication both for the mission critical users and the O&M staff. And last but not the least is about the quality of service and the privacy control. And that is basically, it depends upon the agreement and the real-time needs required between the various organizations. Now, even within Ericsson, when we talk about the mission critical networks, we look into 4 main segments, starting with public safety. That's the talk of the day today. Utilities, my colleague Kaushal will speak about during the second half of the session. The third is the railways and the defense. Earlier in the inauguration session, Mr. Anil, the TRAI chairman, spoke about the railways, how they are leapfrogging now toward the 4G or 5G with high communication mobile communication networks in India. Similarly, we are very fortunate that defense also has taken the initial steps of deploying the captive non-public safety networks, which were extremely used in the recent operations. Now, what is really the talk of the day is today's requirement is the public safety, which, of course, in the safe hands of Shri Sanjay, the DCPW, we will be working together with him to lay the blueprint how this can be rolled out in pan-India basis, the existing CSP networks or the hybrid network based on public safety, on the captive non-public safety networks. If you see, in terms of the Ericsson global requirements, right from the left to the right, you will see that majority of the US networks are already deployed the PPDR networks or the utilities network in US. Moving towards the Europe, again, we are talking about a lot of PPDR networks deployed or in defense. And then, of course, towards the right in Australia and Middle East, we are talking about the deployment of the PPDR networks. And not only Ericsson is playing the role in PPDR or utilities or defense, but also now we have started making forays into railways and, of course, digital airspace. Now, specific about the public safety, where do we see today the global landscape? Again, starting from left, we see that the countries like Ireland, Vietnam, Latvia, they are into the exploration stage. India, today, thanks to DCPW and the efforts taking on, we are now started moving into the consultant stage, where we are talking about how to plan and build out the PPDR network. Similarly, when you see the countries like Australia,
Netherlands, Croatia, they all are in the consultant stage right now as we speak. Of course, if you move toward the right, the countries like Belgium and of course Brussels, they are already moving into the deployment budgeting stage today. And of course, the countries, especially in Europe, like UK and others, Hungary, Finland, they've already gone into deployment of the PPDR networks. Now, let's talk about a couple of use cases before I conclude my presentation. Of course, the first one is the Elvisort Group, which in Finland is again a state-run responsible for providing the national mobile communication network for public safety authorities, emergency services, and other critical services in Finland. They chose Ericsson's dual mode core for their requirement of the critical requirement of the PPDR network. Similarly, in Hungary, again, a dedicated network for public safety for PPDR, which is extensively used by police, ambulance, and fire brigades. Again, they chose Ericsson dual mode core for deploying the complete captive captive network. Of course, in our home country, Sweden, where the Swedish Civil Contingency Agency (MSB) took the Ericsson core and the RAN network for providing the PPDR services based on 5G core for not only supporting the public safety emergency services, but also requirement for national defense purpose. Concluding my presentation, I think the key takeaway here is that MCN networks are now the hour of the day requirement, which are not only secure, reliable, but also high performance mobile communication networks. I think the question we need to ask and we need to think is that we don't have to reinvent the wheel. We have to leverage the existing networks and also supporting and augmenting them with the MCN services. Last but not least, I think it's no longer about if, how and when we can deploy. I think that's the ask of the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Bhargava, for providing those practical insights that demonstrated how PPDR networks enhance safety and efficiency. And we now invite Mr. Aditya Saraf, Business Head, Motorola Solutions India Private Limited, who will be discussing the value-added applications for broadband PPDR networks, demonstrating how innovative solutions enhance operational efficiency for first responders and public safety agencies. Let's welcome Mr. Aditya Saraf.
Good afternoon to you all. It's indeed a great pleasure to be speaking on a topic which I believe is as critical as the subject matter itself. We heard about the different facets that make a system mission critical. Mission critical communication networks are essentially engineered to protect people, places, and property. And that is what makes it different from networks that are meant for commercial or business critical communications. Let's look at what's happening around the world with respect to mission critical communication. Mr. Model gave us an insightful overview of FirstNet. Something similar has happened in Korea with respect to SafeNet. What is common between the two is both use 4G, 5G broadband networks as the backbone and use 3GPP-based MCX to enable the mission critical communication. Same thing is happening in multiple countries around the world, which are at different stages of rolling out a broadband-based MCX network for mission critical communication. What is really important for us is to look at what factors are driving these countries to adopt broadband as the backbone and MCX as the mission critical technology. So disasters, calamities are not limited to a jurisdiction of one agency. And as Mr. Agarwal emphasized earlier that, communication networks today operate in silos. One way of breaking these silos is having one unified nationwide network. Right? And if voice is the only mode of communication, then the information that can be conveyed is extremely restricted. So you need broadband technologies because narrowband radio networks cannot carry that amount of data, multimedia messages. You need broadband technologies, and the 3GPP-based MCX standards have evolved over the years from being over the top to providing guaranteed QoS, priority and preemption for mission critical communication, and technologies continue to advance. We will see in the next, or that's something which is already happening, integration with 5G standalone networks. Mr. Singh gave us a great insight on 5G side link, which will close the gap in terms of direct mode of operation. We'll have wider choices of devices. It won't be just limited to handhelds. We will have drones, body-worn cameras. The problem that we might have is from a dearth of information, we'll have a deluge of information, right? So in Motorola, we've already introduced AI tools in some of our communication products. One of the use cases we are trying to address is, these AI tools sift through all the data which is collected from these multitude devices and presents, within the control room, only that information which is relevant to that incident. We've heard from the earlier speakers about the intent of the government also to move in the direction of setting a nationwide network. If this network is also based on 3GPP MCX technologies, what lessons can we draw from all the global deployments or developments that have taken place? It cannot be a copy paste. Most networks that we've seen use the dedicated code model, sharing the RAN of commercial operators. This is a good way of not reinventing the wheel, using existing infrastructure. At the same time, the RAN of most commercial carriers in India are congested. We need to have a proper governance structure that can continuously measure and ensure that KPIs are delivered to the end user. At the same time, unlike most of these European networks, which are benchmarked to handle maybe 100,000 or 200,000 users, in India, we will have many millions of users, thousands and thousands of agencies. So these networks have to be completely resilient, redundant. They have to be both field tested and time tested. In the Middle East, we are, for a customer, we are implementing an architecture where MCX systems are distributed across multiple cities. And what we are able to do is we are on one side, we are able to distribute the load. And then if in case the network fails in one particular city, the city which is closest to that city will then be able to provide the MCX services. Srimati Sundararajan talked about interoperability. LMR radio networks are today the backbone of mission critical communications in India. And they're going to be there for a long time. From the MCX perspective, then it becomes incumbent to provide the interfaces and the means to interwork and interoperate with these different LMR radio networks. And the agencies in India have used different technologies for these LMR networks. From Motorola's perspective, we support both standards-based interfaces, IWF, ISSI, and also proprietary mechanisms. We have multiple deployments across the world where we are interoperating not only with Motorola supplied LMR radios, but also LMR radios from other vendors. Security cannot be de-emphasized, especially of a system which is of nationwide scale. It has to start right at the foundation. At Motorola, we build that into our software development lifecycle, and then it goes up at multiple layers, multiple levels, and that is something that our dedicated cybersecurity division provides us the practices which are incorporated in all the product solutions that as a company we deliver to our customers. The Motorola MCX solution, probably the most widely deployed today in the world. We have over 500 customers in over 50 countries today, 2 million active users across different verticals, police, defense, fire safety personnel, and agencies that handle critical assets. This MCX solution is completely developed in India in our R&D offices in Bangalore and Kolkata. Our technical support teams, although are located throughout the world. We've been involved in the MCPD standard for a long time. We were one of the lead architects of defining the MCPDD standard as part of the Open Mobile Alliance, which later got adopted by 3GPP and essentially forms the foundational standard for what we know as the MCX technology today. And our MCX solution today is Release 17 compliant. We already support integration with 5G standalone networks. We provide multicast and broadcast capabilities in the MCX solution that we deliver. And we understand that standards cannot meet all the requirements of what a public safety or a mission critical use case is. And as a company, we go that extra mile, we take that extra step in tailoring our solution to meet the specific requirements of the use case. We have a vast library of APIs. We integrate into existing control room applications so that it does not disturb or disrupt the existing workflows of public safety agencies. That brings me to the end of my presentation. I'd like to thank you all on behalf of Modular Solutions, a company which is completely focused on providing mission critical solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Saraf, for sharing these applications that allow tangible benefits of technology in mission-critical communications. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite Mr. Dilip Verma, Country Manager, Public Safety. I'm sorry, he's not here. We would like to invite Mr. Devdarsh Chan, Director Consort Digital, for his presentation.
A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The biggest fact of my presentation is that I'm standing between you and the lunch. So I'll try to be as quick with the 7-8 minutes I've got, which I can't see. So yeah, sure. So I would like to deliver we have had a lot of presentations and discussions since morning. Extremely thankful, absolutely honored to hear those. I have divided my 7 minutes into very simple 3 topics. The first is critical communication evolution. We're going to have a very simplistic picture of what impact it has, just a reiteration of probably what Tero, Kevin, a lot of people have already spoken about. The second is about the mission critical app, right? And a lot of times we see mission critical communication only as a replacement of walkie-talkies, which certainly it is not. So we will see what is it that the mission critical app can do. And the third is we'll see certain case studies which are mostly relevant to India, where we have deployed these solutions already. A lot of progress has been made where these solutions are already there in the field, and customers are moving towards this whole broadband transition from narrowband solutions. So firstly, if we want to put it in perspective, as we all know, it's just a reiteration of a lot of fact which has already been put forward, but very, very important. The first generation of critical communication solutions were predominantly analog and analog trunking to some extent, which allowed for higher density of users. The second generation was mostly digital trunking and narrowband and digital trunking wideband. And the next leap was essentially what we call as the fourth generation. If we are to talk from a 4G, 5G point of view, which is basically about the integration and evolution to 4G and 5G mission critical broadband solutions, right? What impact it has is not just the change of technology, right? It changes architecture from a technical standpoint, but it also changes how people use the features. It also changes the parameters of performance. right? Because what was good in analog days 50 years back may not be good now, right? In terms of audibility, audio quality, coverage, etc. Security, there's a whole industry that has changed from a security point of view. So absolutely very critical. How you deploy these networks. So the whole deployment model has changed. The cost aspects have changed, and how you operate and maintain these networks, right? So whenever we are talking about this change from narrowband to broadband, from our point of view, these are very, very key aspects that have to be thought about. Now, what I would like to talk about is the mission critical app, right? What we see down below is typically the backbone of how a broadband application works, which is the 4G, 5G, on in the future 6G networks. Mostly now we are talking about terrestrial networks, but there is a very fast integration happening, a mainstream deployment happening of also the non-terrestrial networks, right? Today, if we look at the most three popular applications on these broadband networks, right? The first is vision, and that includes machine vision, includes surveillance, includes CCTVs, etc. It's one of the most popular applications. The second is movement, right? Which talks about remote operations, robotics, automated guided vehicles, etc., right? So this is the second revolution. But the third most important app, which is deployed worldwide on the 4G, 5G broadband networks, is going to be safety, right? And that is what we are talking about, which is about mission critical communication. When we talk about the whole mission critical app, this is, as I said, not just a plain vanilla replacement of the walkie-talkie solution or the push-to-talk solution, right? If I was to divide this into 4 aspects, then there is monitoring, detection, response, and resolution, right? We at Consort call it as the mission critical agile loop. This is very important that whenever we are designing a safe, secure mission critical network, then from an application point of view, we eventually have to deliver, integrate, interoperate between across all these 4 functions. I am not going to go so much into detail on this presentation, on this slide especially, but the MCX platform over a broadband network, as I said, not just delivers MCPTT or voice, but it also uses a lot of monitoring and data being provided from the worker, from the plant, and the vehicles. That data is captured, detected, and optimized to provide a holistic mission-critical platform solution to the customer. So moving on some of the case studies, before which essentially just to capture what is the mission critical use cases that are typically deployed across our customers, across mission critical customers. So we of course have field force communication, emergency response, perimeter security, worker safety, predictive maintenance, shutdown and turnarounds, field operations, and unified communication. So in a nutshell, MCX, mission critical communication, is about a lot of these applications. I will like to move on my last leg, which is to demonstrate some of the use cases in industries that have been deployed in the last 2 to 3 years. From a segment point of view, one of the first deployments that we did, and we're very proud for that, is we have done a deployment of a hybrid mission critical solution at the Noida airport, which is coming up very close to us here. We can provide the details, but fundamentally, it's a Tetra plus MCX solution that has been deployed. And this is going to be one of the largest airports, which is going to be built in Asia. Navi Mumbai International Airport, again, a hybrid deployment converging multiple technologies, including narrowband and broadband, has been deployed. We have deployed the same hybrid solution at Indian funded project for Maldives. So we have deployed this for Maldives Airport. We have deployed this for a South Asian transportation customer. It's a metro which runs on CBTC, 20 kilometers. And it's a private 4G network which runs an MCX solution on top of it. We have also deployed this solution for the first deep water port in India. And this port is very important from a strategic point of view, because this is going to reduce our reliance on ports like Colombo, Dubai, etc., and make India as a transit hub for all the shipments that happen in the area. And last but not the least, we have also deployed for a global utility multinational in South India. They run a large power plant, and we have deployed a hybrid solution for them. So thank you very much, gentlemen. I think I'm on time pretty much, and have a great day, great lunch, and we look forward to being in touch. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we thank all our distinguished speakers for their valuable insights. And this session has certainly provided a comprehensive global perspective on standards, innovations, and practical implementations. I would now request Mr. Kevin Graham, CEO, TCCA, to kindly do the honors, sir, of presenting mementos to our distinguished speakers. We present to Mr. Jitendra Singh, Senior Director, Government Affairs, Qualcomm. Next, we present to Mr. Mayank Bhargava, Director, Emerging Business, Ericsson. To Mr. Aditya Saraf, Business Head, Motorola Solutions India Private Limited. And to Mr. Devdarsh Chen, Director, Consort Digital. And I would request Mr. Graham to kindly join our panelists in a group photograph. Also requesting our session chair, Mr. Tero Personen and Mr. Brad Morell, to kindly switch on the camera so that they can also be part of the group photograph. Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, we now invite everyone to kindly join us for lunch. Lunch break is of 30 minutes. We will begin the next session sharp at 2 o'clock. We request everyone to kindly be seated back in time for the next session. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Requesting everybody to kindly be seated back. We are ready to go ahead with the proceedings of our next session. Once again, requesting everyone to kindly be seated as soon as possible. Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to go ahead with the proceedings of the next session. Ladies and gentlemen, I have the privilege in inviting on stage our distinguished session chair, Shri Sandeep Govil, Director, BSNL Board. Let's put our hands together to welcome on stage Shri Sandeep Govil. With his extensive experience in communication networks and leadership in public sector telecom initiatives, Shri Govil has played a key role in advancing mission-critical communication projects in India. We invite our eminent speakers, Srimati Padma Jaiswal, IAS, Secretary to Government of Union Territories and State, Union Territory of Puducherry. A very warm welcome to you, ma'am. Srimati Jaiswal is an experienced IAS officer, serves as Secretary to the Government of Puducherry. She oversees state-level disaster preparedness and public safety initiatives, focusing on inter-agency coordination and emergency response systems. We welcome on stage Sri Mahendra Srivastava. He serves as an advisor at RailTel, contributing to the design and implementation of critical communications projects for Indian Railways and supporting resilient network solutions for operational continuity and disaster management. We invite Sri Pankaj Goel, ITS. He's Director at the Department of Telecom, leading the operation and strategic implementation of the National BB PPDR project, including network deployment, integration, and management of public safety communications. I invite Dr. Ananya Rai, who is a scientist at CDOT and heads the Unified Mission Critical Communications Division, is responsible for developing indigenous, secure, and resilient PPDR solutions and advancing India's mission-critical communications capabilities. We invite Sri Krishna Kumar S., who is scientist G and section head CST, CDAC, with extensive experience in research and development of advanced communication solutions. He has been instrumental in driving technology innovation for public protection and disaster relief networks in India. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Session 3, PPDR, Disaster Management and Government Projects. In this session, we will examine the requirement for creating a nationwide interoperable dedicated core network for public safety. And to officially commence this session, I invite our session chair, Shri Sandeep Govilji, to begin the proceedings with his opening remarks and carry forward the proceedings of the session. Over to you, sir. Yes. Wherever you come from.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I had always believed that any session immediately after lunch is the most difficult session, both for participants as well as for the speakers. The reason being, everyone always wants that after lunch, they should get at least half an hour to have a good nap, good sleep, so that they can focus better for the next sessions. I have been given the responsibility to chair this session. At the outset, I would like to thank Broadband India Forum for organizing such a beautiful event, such a beautiful seminar on a topic which is too close to the heart of every citizen in India, PPDR, Public Protection Disaster Relief Network. This topic is quite unheard of in normal terminology, but all state agencies, all disaster management agencies, as well as all telecom operators worldwide are aware of this technology, of this network, and how it is to be built upon. If we talk of this session, we are going to discuss about the disaster management and the government projects on which we are going to talk about it. The key aspects of PPDR network in India, we had always been, all our state government agencies or the police agencies, they had always been using analog systems, be it Tetra, DMR, whatever it may be, all are analog systems which are being used by all the agencies. There is no interworking among each other. There is no transfer of data or video. We all have seen if there is some policeman standing somewhere onto any choraha, he is able to just call over his wireless phone to someone. There is no transmission. And if one state wireless, he can't work in another state. All those communication challenges are there in the current analog systems. There is no, again, I will say, there is no recording of the systems as we have seen in all future-proof movies in US or anywhere worldwide. There are body cams on which whole activity is getting recorded. No such facility is available in India currently because all the agencies, what they are using are the analog networks. And now that's why the government felt a need that we have to move to a digital network which is future-proof, is able to give all the technological advantages what is required into the network. You would have seen into with other speakers and all, there are many countries in the world, those who have gone forward, in US, Korea, UK, many PPDR networks are being established. And now Government of India has taken a lead in India to take it forward that we have a great BB PPDR network available in India. As I said, there are many challenges. There are the beneficiary agencies, would be police departments, fire brigades, medical services, NDMA, SDMA, all those would be benefited by this network. But there are many challenges also. A lot of a full network would need to be evolved over a period of time, which is resilient, which is able to meet the requirement of all the agencies. If it is going to be a digital network based on mobile technology, PSLT is what we are talking about, on which this whole network needs to be evolved, would need the basic component other than hardware, software is the spectrum. The most important piece of the juggle is the spectrum. Which spectrum we have to use for providing our PSLT network. That is also important. Government is working on it. They have decided one band in 800 megahertz. Let us see how it operates. Different standards are to be made. And the most important thing is interoperability. any terminology, any technology, what we are using it in one state or other state, or the existing technology of analog also should be able to interwork with the new network, new PPDR network, what we are planning to put into our country. That is very, very necessary. And the next important thing, or I'll call it the most important thing, is the security of the network. Since this network would be utilized by all the security agencies in the India, that's why it becomes very necessary that it should be it should be secure enough, and no one should be able to tamper with it. Here comes the role of Bharat Sanchar Nigam Limited. I represent BSNL. I am Director Mobile there. We have been spearheading all the indigenous technology in India. You all may be aware, or if you are not, I'll just take 2 minutes of yours. India has become the 5th country in the world with their own 4G technology, LTE technology available in the world. We all know companies like Nokia, Ericsson, Samsung, ZTE, and Huawei. There are 5 companies and 4 countries in the world which were having their own technology. And India is one of the 5th country with its own technology developed by CDOT towards the core, radio network developed by Tejas, and BSNL has deployed it in Pan India. More than 1 lakh sites have been deployed. So I'm very proud to say our mission, our goal of Honorable Prime Minister Atmanirbhar Bharat, BSNL is able to fulfill it, and we are moving in right directions to expand it further. The best advantage of indigenous technology is whole gamut, whole hardware, software developed in India. Any new feature which is required to be developed can be done over a click. Immediately, any new requirement comes up, it can be got developed easily. Other thing to say about BSNL in terms of developing the network is BSNL is implementing a lot of Government of India projects. You would have heard the name of 4G saturation project. There are still many villages in the world. Why I am saying this thing, where the disasters happen in the right far corners of India, right from the hardest of terrains, BSNL is trying to put its foot forward, trying to have its own technology available there in terms of indigenous technology that will help us to provide the disaster. In case of any disaster, we'll be able to help the country best there. BSNL is spearheading towards, you would have heard the name of Operation Sindoor, or whether National Disaster Management System based on satellite networks. All these systems have been developed, had been deployed by BSNL in terms of indigenous technology. And we hope that we'll be, as a BSNL, if we talk, we'll be able to take it forward. Now, as a chair of this session, we have got 4 eminent speakers with us. We will listen to their views, what they have to say on to their viewpoints, and then we'll have a question answer session that would be helpful for each of us. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Yeah. Now, first of all, I'll request, we'll start the session with Srimati Padma Jaiswal about preparation for disaster management in states. She is working in Puducherry state. So definitely her insights about the utilization of the broadband network, PPDR network in states, how it can be utilized would be very useful to us. So I'll request Ms. Padma to take it forward.
Yeah. So good afternoon, every one of you in the afternoon session. And so today we are gathered here to discuss about the critical mission communication, and the esteemed guests as a panelist, and the distinguished people in the room who are representing the industry, service providers from the government, from the consultancy agency. So we have to discuss here about how to, just apply the emerging technologies towards our disaster management and on towards protecting our critical mission communication systems. Now, since I come from Puducherry, I am at present posted in Puducherry, and before that I was in Goa. So these two places are near the sea and very much proximate to the sea, and they frequently and very, very much prominently they experience cyclones. Because of this changing climate change, a lot of low pressure area develops on the Indian Ocean, and due to that, it vaporizes and it develops into various serious cyclones. So I have seen in Puducherry Fingal and Nevar cyclone, which had the landfall in Puducherry. So because of that, I could just recount on my experiences of disaster management and the various critical communication infrastructure that we have to protect in the government, and the responsibility which is laid down upon us, so that we can just resume and we can recover, then we can rehabilitate from the fallouts of these kind of disasters. Now, Puducherry also, let me inform you, is one of the UT after Andamans, which is also the place where the Government of India conducts its pilot projects. And it is a place of the concept proof, where the Government of India tests its concept proof of the various Government of India programs. So before launching it in the entire country, it implements it in Puducherry on the pilot basis, and out of the feedback and evaluation that they get, then they implement in the world, in the country. So out of that kind of feedback and evaluation, whatever insights that I have gained out of that experience, I will share here in this room about the critical communications. So now, since we are not staying in the physical world, we are also staying in the digital world. Now we are also responsible for the assets and the infrastructure which is situated in the digital context. Also, we have to protect the physical infrastructure. Now, both of these infrastructure, physical as well as cyber infrastructure, digital infrastructure has to be protected by the route of digital, by making it digitized. Now, what we have done, what we have to think about is that what is the second line of action, and what is the fallback, what is the kind of, the logins that we have to do, so that we can protect these cyber and the digital and physical infrastructure as a backup plan, as a second line of action. So based on that, when the Fengal cyclone or when the Nevar cyclone that has hit Puducherry, because Puducherry is also scattered, 3 states. It is the Puducherry city, two of its constituents are situated in Tamil Nadu, the other one is situated in Kerala, and the other one is situated in Andhra Pradesh. So it is very much fractured, and it is very much, it crisscrosses various states. So now the development angle of the Puducherry is also not very uniform. It is very patchy, because Yanam unit of Puducherry, which is situated in Andhra Pradesh, is very much remote. So therefore, if I will say, I will give some feedback about, these kind of technology that we are using, this PPDP, that is public, protection. This is digital infrastructure or recovery plans. Now, this may be doing quite well in the city of Puducherry or in the Karaikal, but it is not giving us any results in the Yanam, because it is mostly analog, and moreover, we are not able to get any data, any visuals out of that, because the construction, the destruction that the cyclone has caused, we were not able to get any kind of feedback about that, about videos, its images, or any kinds of information, visual information, or the voice. Only we were getting some kind of feedback from the voice. So this analog communication, which at present has been conducted by the Department of Telecommunication, has to be improved up. And I am also in the committees where now the next generation of this particular feedback, which is the PPDP, next generation technologies, are being switched over. Now recently TRAI has given the recommendations based on having the comprehensive and integrated countrywide communication system for the disaster management, so that which can even stream the live telecast, which can even give the videos, which can stream the images, which can give so many other benefits when the disaster is struck and at the point of disaster where it is taking place. So now maybe this is under the point of discussion, and we are still into forming and devising the ways and means by integrating it with the 5G technologies or the LTE method, which is being coming into picture, because this analog communication is not serving its purposes, because the kind of disaster which is striking us, and we are not able to cope up with it. Now, the second thing which I would like to say is that other than disasters, there are so many other projects of the government also. The government projects like power grids are there, transportations, and we are also working on the renewable energy sector. Solar and power, solar, wind, and solar and wind, and then there are so many other kind of health projects which are happening. Then police safety, traffic management, all these things, the safe city projects are there. Now, all these projects, when a disaster strikes, the population, the people who are working in this disaster management department, they are also one of the victims. So when the disaster management staff is also the one of the victims of this particular plan, then who is going to at that time take the response system? So for that, we have to move across the geographies. We have to keep a backup plan across the geographies of our servers. We have to operate from the cloud, and we have to keep more copies of our data systems. And likewise, we have to operate. Likewise, we did when the cyclone struck us, the electricity and all that was totally shut off, and we were totally switched over because Puducherry is also maintaining the SCADA system. Now, the SCADA system is about support system, and we do it with the help of data analytics. So maybe many service providers here must be there who are selling the SCADA system. The SCADA system is all about actuators and sensors and various remote sensing and radars, which are placed in the various critical infrastructure, and from there we will watch them over the dashboard. So there is no point in going to the places where the disaster management has struck, but we monitor it on the basis of the dashboard based on this SCADA system. So the SCADA system is a very right step in the direction when the disaster strikes a place, and then we can monitor, through very actuators and various kind of sensors. So all these kind of projects which are coming into picture these days, these power grids, this smart city projects, and these public safety, fire fighting mechanism, all of them are monitoring their field activities through the application called SCADA, which is supportive control and data analytics. So this is one of the applications which is being used in the government to a large extent. And I hope that these 5G communication, which is in discussion in the government at the moment, and we are going to come out with some kind of concrete action plan so that we are able to replace this PPDP technology of analog system. It is the high time that it has become redundant, and we have to create some better infrastructure so that we can take it to the next generation and next level, which is more harmonized, which is more integrated, and which gives the real-time analysis, and which also brings into picture the applications of the artificial intelligence. So likewise, all these kind of now one more thing what I wanted to just share here, when these cyclones, when they strike the place. So now the technologies that we are utilizing is one of the remote sensing technology, and the radars and the sensors, and also the smartphones. Now the smartphones are given to each and every, are being owned by each and every citizens of the countries, and we can always give the alerts to them whenever some kind of communication has to be done. For example, they have to be relocated to some other different places. So all these technologies are being used in the government, and with the help of this, the data which is being generated by these technologies is very much helpful in doing the real-time analysis, and also during the disaster aspect. Now, one more thing about the communication is that so when there is a failure of system, let's say when there is a failure of networks like 5G or 4G fiber cables, then what comes into picture is the Wi-Fi. Now, the Wi-Fi is very critical in those areas where like the fiber cables and other system has given way. So one of the most important aspects is that we are discussing in the government about spectrum slicing. Now, when we do that spectrum slicing, it will be very beneficial for us because it will be allocated. That kind of spectrum will be allocated to one of the institutions, and we can take this private, connection providers and we can deploy it. So there has to be many backup plans, and we have to create redundancy for these kind of disaster management systems. So I think I have taken out my time, and I have shared some insights which I have gained out of the cutting edge level in the UT of Puducherry. And I hope the discussions and idea will be generated further on in the conferences. And I am open to any questions which is put forward to me from the audience. Thank you.
Thank you, Padmaji. Very rightly said, state governments are the most beneficiary of any PPDR systems. So a good insight. We'll take question answers at the end. Now I'll request Mr. Mahesh Srivastav, is advisor in RailTel, about the disaster status, disaster management and networks in rails.
Thank you, sir, and very good afternoon to everyone. At the outset, I must extend my sincere thanks to the BIF, especially TV Ram sir. We have been seeing you since our childhood of the service period, not the thing, and we have taken a lot of inspiration too, as well as the TCCA, who have organized this event. And this is the event which integrates many departments, many service providers, many manufacturers at one place.
Someone is.
How much time is there?
Yeah, thank you. Please go ahead.
That's good. Thank you. So since the way this forum is integrating everybody, now the demand for the PPTR is there to integrate each and every kind of the communication services, whether it is point-to-point, point-to-multipoint, even the broadcasting kind of the services. We all know that disaster comes whether in the form of the floods, earthquakes, cyclone, and industrial accidents or man-made accidents. So many things come, and the first casualty becomes the communication system. But at the same time, first restoration has to be done for the communication system to mobilize various other sources. Being part of the communication system recovery, way back in Uttarkasi earthquake, Odisha cyclone, or maybe Uttarakhand, this tragedy, what happened in 2013, or COVID, or Galwan, we understand how much coordination is needed to restore the communication system once the disaster really happens. We all understand that the disaster, once it is happened, to minimize the impact of the disaster, we should have a resilient communication surviving power outages and congestions, interagency coordination, bringing multiple forces into single grid, situational awareness, GIS, drones, etc., early warning systems, recovery support, and various other things. Since I'm representing the RailTel here, I must share my thoughts about the railways, how crucial it is there to manage the disaster within the country. Railway is the fourth largest is having the fourth largest network in the world. Around 92,000 kilometers of the railway track are there. And railway has got the huge infrastructure, more than around 7,000 railway stations spread across the nook and corner of the country, even at the remotest place, even at the difficult stations. These infrastructure can be used as a backbone for the provision of the disaster recovery. They are really helpful in managing this disaster recovery. In fact, the railway has the two folds of the operation. One, it ensures the safe and efficient train operations. So it is also impacted with the train accidents and other things. It requires the support from the disaster relief system. At the same time, acting as a mission critical backbone during the emergencies. So to take care of the train operations and the various other things, railway has developed quite good, strong communication system with the backbone of around 68,000 fiber network operating across along the various railway tracks, and they have already implemented various new technologies, including GSMR, LTER, 5GR, and upcoming FRMCS available for the secure voice and high-speed data, live video, and precision location tracking, etc., etc. As I told, railway infrastructure can work a real backbone for the disaster recovery system because it has got more stable and more secure infrastructure than the normal service provider infrastructure. RailTel, being arm of the railway, is a digital arm of the railway, maintains and provides the communication, all kinds of the communication facility, even the modern signaling facilities to the railway. RailTel, with its widespread presence across the country, can work a very good agency to support the disaster, not only disaster relief, but also for the early warning and various other kinds of the measures to be taken from the NDMA or MHA or various Department of Telecom, whosoever is coordinating this disaster. So disaster management in the country. Railway infrastructure has been world over been used for the provision of the disaster recovery. It has been used in the South Korea through LTER. It has been used in Japan. It has been used at other places of the world. So we all understand that if the public communication is deployed along with the railway track, then the railway communication along with the public communication can really support in provisioning of the disaster relief work very quickly. There is a need to have a close coordination with the Department of Railways, public communication service providers, licensor, means the Department of Telecom, as well as the disaster management authorities who are managing disaster in the country. I'm not going to touch various kinds of the communication system which are being used for the provisioning of for the safety and security as well as the disaster relief system, because you have been listening since the morning. I would like to touch 3-4 alternatives which are available from the which have been really proven their worth in the disaster recovery and disaster relief system. One is the ham radios. They have really been deployed and they have been one of the first comers in any disaster relief area. I remember in Odisha cyclone, I was handling the relief work from the communication side from the DOT headquarters. Apart from the mobile satellite services which was being operated on the inset, the ham radio was the first which reached to the Odisha to provide the basic communication services. That time the mobile services were not very popular. Similarly, the ham radio has also been used. So technology upgradation of the ham radio is also to be looked into by the Disaster Management Authority. Community radio system, in fact, it's around 560 odd community radio systems they are operating in the country, and they have got around 10 to 15 kilometers. They can be used as warning, dissemination of various information what the government is looking at. And here, my request to the Ministry of IB as well as the concerned authorities will be there, that instead of the analog kind of the activity community radio system, FM radio system, these need to be converted into digital radio system. I understand. I know that being part of the regulator, we have already submitted our recommendations to the Ministry of IB to convert all such type of the FM system into the digital radio system so that they can be easily integrated with the other communication systems. Third is the drones. Drones can be used for the temporary restoration of the communication system. I believe NDMA along with the DOT as well as the CDOT, they are working on drones communication system for the quick communication system, maybe for the limited hours, but with the replacement of one drone by other drone, the communication system can be made longer, because the first communication system in the disaster area is very important, that minimizes both property loss as well as the manual loss, human loss.
And the next technology which is going to come, which is coming direct to mobile services, is also one of the very important thing. If it is happening, and this needs to be expedited so that any kind of the disaster relief system can be communication can be established with the end users very quickly without any delay. So with all these things, I personally believe that if the proper coordination is established and the railway infrastructure is being used, an agency should be properly assigned to create PPDR as well as the public communication along with the railway track, as well as there is a close coordination between the various agencies for integrating various systems, including ensuring interoperability. Thus, disaster relief and disaster communication system and mission communication, critical communication can be established very fast, very quickly, and very effectively. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Srivastav. A good insight given. Whatever you said is pretty right, that we have to have a drone-based communication system being deployed immediately in case of any catastrophic event. And definitely, all of us are working in that direction. And PPDR is going to be one solution for it. A very good insight. We'll take question answers at the end. Now, I'll request Mr. Pankaj Goyal. He's director in DOT. Is directly looking after for disaster management. And he's the author of whole this policy of PPDR. I request him to give his insight, DOT insight on this project. Thank you.
Good afternoon, all. We are all this time going through one disaster that we have to wake up after this post-lunch session. So, apology for that. First, most thing, the public protection disaster relief is not merely a tool for a day-to-day critical communication. It is the backbone of rescue, relief, and recovery operation during emergency, public safety, law enforcement, and disaster management outcome, which is directly dependent on the reliability and resiliency of these systems. As a part of the Ministry of Communication Department Telecom, when we sit in most of the meetings, discussion comes from the PPDR, Public Protection Disaster Reliefs. The general opinions come that disaster relief is an integral part of the public protection. So why there is a differentiation of the public protection and disaster relief? So some great suggestions generally comes that the name should be Public Protection and Disaster Resilience Network, because the biggest problems comes whenever the disasters comes, our PP network itself gets choked or generally not available. So it's just a thought process, nothing more than that. As you are aware that this PPDR network, which is going to be implemented pan-India in the country, the Ministry of Home Affairs is the nodal ministry, and being as a licensor or the deep technical expertise, this Ministry of Communication or Department of Telecom serve as a technical partner in this vital national initiatives. In the country like India, which is highly vulnerable of flood, earthquake, cyclone, and man-made incidents such as industrial accidents or terrorist attack, robust and secure communication systems are indispensable for timely coordination and effective response. Our PPDR agencies, including police, fire services, emergency medical teams, paramilitary forces, require a network that are reliable, resilient, and secure for both daily operation and in the crisis situations. Mission critical communications can no longer remain voice-centric. We have heard a lot about the mission critical communications since beginning, that it must support real-time data, high definitions, video, location-based services, and advanced applications such as robotics, IoT, and AI devices tools, the integrated part of these things. I'm glad to say that after this 2018 TRA recommendations, although the time has passed a lot, but the journey of this implementation begun. A lot of things is going on frequency allocation has been done. Government is soon going to implement this pilot study for this PPDR. The biggest challenges for planning and deploying this PPDR networks are definitely, one is the most critical, is the coverage. The spectrum, safety and security, our infrastructure ecosystem, and integration with our existing legacy network, which cannot shut down all the legacy network in a single day. Any comprehensive public safety system must ensure nationwide coverage, extending seamlessly from dense urban center to the remotest rural area. However, building and operating a dedicated nationwide broadband PPDR network would be both time-intensive and resource-heavy networks. Commercial carriers networks, on the other hand, are typically designed to area which require, areas with higher user density and commercial viable. In India, telecom service providers have acquired spectrum through competitive bidding with significant financial outlay. Following market consolidations, there are now only the 4 major telecom service providers. Competitive tariffs and attractive data plans are driving exponentially growth in consumptions, forcing operator to constantly expand capacity. Also, this is a good for a country like India, where we are really great ahead from the world's best countries in terms of the data consumptions and the low pricing. But the underlying this demand has created persistent spectrum scarcity. The problem now we are facing is that there are 2 concepts. Either you be the early mover or you be the latecomers. Latecomers have generally advantages that we have proven technology in front of us. We have the proven experience in front of us. But for us, the problem of the latecomer is this, that our spectrum is now become a scarcity. In the environment, in this environment, provisioning mission-critical services like PPDR solely on commercial network is not a feasible solution for India. A dedicated and secured ecosystem, including hardened devices, secured handset, and application frameworks will be essential to support PPDR network. As we told initially, that security and safety is the most prominent factor will be for this PPDR network. For this purpose, Government of India is focused on our Atmanirbhar Bharat and Make in India missions to make it more indigenous and security-proof networks. So, sitting in the Department of Telecom, we are working for early deployment of this pilot, and for this, definitely technology consolidations will be required, where this definitely the initiative of this BIF is great, that here both kind of an agency who are in the planning stage, who is the technology partners for this PPDR network, and who the agency who will ultimately use this PPDR network are together. We can take in lots of inputs from here for early deployment of the PPDR in the best and efficient way. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Pankaj. You gave a good insight that many agencies are there who are going to use the network, and security of the network is very important, and indigenous technology will play a good role over a period of time. Now I'll request our next speaker, Dr. Roy. He is a scientist in CDOT, and he has been in the forefront in developing MCX software, hardware for mission critical communications. Mr. Roy.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. So I'll just take you through the journey what CDOT has contributed and how different agencies have helped us contribute towards the country with the objective of serving the citizens of the country especially in the area of public protection and disaster relief. So we have a product portfolio of 3 products, starting with CAP and early warning system, which is primarily an SMS-based system wherein we try to inform citizens beforehand, like you all would have received messages saying that there's going to be a thunderstorm or there's going to be a cyclone likely in this area in this point in time. which helps you plan your movement accordingly, right? So that is the underlying technology that CDOT had built, and with the help of 6 alarm generating agencies, CDOT implemented, and thankfully, like all the 4 TSPs across the country helped us to disseminate this information, and NDMA and the DOT helped us to take this to the market basically. Subsequently, like some challenges were there which we have addressed. Subsequently, through cell broadcast technology, it is again a one-way communication through SMS messaging only. And the next leap that we are going to take is in terms of two-way communication. As Ms. Padma mentioned, like during her experience, the one-way audio communication or two-way audio communication wasn't sufficient. So with moving on to the broadband technologies that are available, we'll have video as well as file sharing capabilities available in this mission critical two-way communication. Please, the next slide. Okay. Okay, so these are the 3 steps that we are supposed to take when we are trying to address the public protection and disaster relief time period. The first one is basically if we are able to priorly inform the citizen or alarm a citizen that subsequently there's something going to happen and a disaster is supposed to happen, they are able to take preventive steps better, right? So in morning, we have anyways got to know like the calamity that was safeguarded during the Gujarat cyclones. There was 0 deaths. So that was first part of it. The second part is like if we are able to make our first responders more situationally aware, they can plan better the execution, and thereafter they can help us save more both in terms of lives as well as the amenities that are there. So one-way communication through geo-targeted messaging has been something that has been implemented till date, and while the two-way communication through mission critical communication is something that we are looking forward to implement. Okay, so currently this CAP that and early warning system has been, which is again a 3GPP compliant standard based system that TCCA has been promoting, has been implemented across all the 36 states and UTs, and has been adopted by all the 6 alarm generating agencies, and has been implemented through all the 4 TSPs in the country. So we are covering the entire country through this solution, and additionally we have also gone abroad with this technology and implemented it for them. Till now, as our CEO in the morning told, we have already disseminated close to 86 billion messages, saving thousands of lives. This entire protocol is ITU 3GPP based, so that's what the standards help us do and interoperate. These are mere statistics that we will just tell you the kind of diversities that we are supposed to handle when it comes to disasters and how this system has helped to the citizens. We have interfaced it not just with messages, but also with public display boards, AM, FM, television, DTH, all those things. So any channel of communication that is available to a citizen can be utilized to broadcast an alert. Now, the downside of this CAP protocol is that the SMS goes sequentially to the recipients, which at times adds delay. So cell broadcast is a one-way broadcasting technology which helps us broadcast the message to all the citizens in a geo-targeted manner, and the messages are delivered to endpoints in less than 10 seconds. So that is a huge value add that this technology gives. This is the second step towards a one-way communication that we are taking. So these are the kinds of messages that we get. These are some of the stats that we have anyways deployed. So this technology has been integrated and tested with all the TSPs and is ready to be rolled out very soon through NDMA. It has also gone abroad, as the tweet shows you on the right. Now coming to from one-way communication, now we are coming to the two-way communication to make the first responders more situational aware, wherein we are trying to relay both audio, video in real time so that they can plan strategies better. And that's what is called as MCX, Mission Critical Communication. So this, as everyone has told, post 2018, TRAI had come up with the recommendation for PSLT, that is the adoption of 3GPP based MCX standards in India. What MCX does is, MCX gives you a prioritized calling over a broadband network, which is highly secure, confidential, resilient, and the best part is it has to be with minimal latency. The moment I make a call, the call should ring on your side, you should be able to pick it and you should be able to answer. There should not be any latency delay. So that's what is the basis of this. And all this is driven by a 3GPP standard-based approach so that all these solutions are interoperable. There's no vendor locking and the market is open to get the best technology of the world. This entire solution works on location and role-based calling. What this means is when I'm trying to connect to a fire brigade, I don't need to call a person. I'm calling fire brigade as a role, and based on my location and location of all the fire brigades that are available in the system, the nearest fire brigade will be patched with me and I will be able to get the response in the minimal time. That is the advantage intelligence that the system brings in. Coming up, the advantages that it brings over the traditional narrowband technologies. Ma'am has anyways mentioned that the situational awareness is much lesser in that case. With videos and the coverage area being widened up, you get much more informative decisions that you can take through this technology. These are different types of services that have, or different types of calls or messaging solutions that have been incorporated in the standard through 3GPP, and at CDOT, our solution being REACH 18 compliant, that's what we have been implementing till now. We have also interfaced with legacy infrastructures like DMR Tetra in our system, including the VoIP. So even your desktop VoIP or PSTN phone can talk to an MCX handset through our solution. This is how primarily it looks like. We have a dedicated we can have a dedicated captive or a public ecosystem based PSLT system, which via few gateways can talk to the landline or the VoIP calling system, PSTN calling system, or to the radio Tetra and DMR system. And also through a satellite backhaul can connect with a remote command and control center for operations as well. The different industries that can be targeted through this solution, and as we see, public safety is the primary one, transportation being the next aspect, utilities and energy, and lastly the defense, which have their own priorities and mechanisms. As CDOT, we have been able to show up successful pilot POC to Indian Railways. Subsequently, we had submitted some proposals for PPDR via BSNL, and we are in process of commercially deploying this solution for Indian Army through their tactical communication system. And like we have, as our CEO told in the morning, we have a page which the industry partners can have a look at when we call it as MCX Alliance, and we are open for all the commercial entities to, they can submit their ideas, their contribution that they want to make onto the system, and we can look at taking it through. We participated with ETSI plug test and interoperated with all the global players. Subsequently, like we have also done a trial with, we are in process of doing it with Nashik City Police regarding the upcoming Nashik Kumbh in Triambakeshwar. These are some of the insights that happened recently. Through an NIB and a managed-based system, device-to-device communication, we covered the entire Triambakeshwar city. And so this is our key takeaways, wherein although the 140 odd crore people have anyways been benefited by the CAP and cell broadcast technologies, but with 2G, 3G, 4G, 5G being in this country, we need to have an intelligent mission critical system also in place that can evolve as the technology in the backend evolves in the country. And the government with its initiatives of Atmanirbhar Bharat and Digital India is definitely looking forward to take it forward. So that is it from my side. These are my coordinates. You can drop in any email or to me whenever required. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rai. You gave a good insight about indigenous technology being developed by CDOT, especially cell broadcast and early warning messages and the MCX systems. I hope the session was good and information conveyed by our speakers must have been very useful to you. I open the session for question answers now. Any question answer from any audience, we are welcome to take it.
So may I interrupt here? We don't have time for question and answer.
Right.
If you could
So-
give your closing remarks.
Okay. So as a chair of this particular session, I would say that all our panelists were great in they have brought out their good insight about the PPDR technology, how it is going to be utilized by the different state agencies, utilization in the, like Madam said, in Puducherry, any kind of disaster, how the agencies are going to use it. A good insight given by Mr. Pankaj about the policies and all. And similarly, to be utilized in. He's also there. Sorry, I missed his name. Sorry. Mr. Kishan Kumar is also online. Somehow I missed it. I'm extremely sorry. I'll request Mr. Kishan Kumar to take it forward, please. Are we audible, Mr. Kishan Kumar?
Sir, yes. Am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible. Please go ahead. Mr. Kishan Kumar from CDEC. Please go ahead.
Yeah. So at the outset, let me thank the organizers of this conference for giving a speaking opportunity in this, and also obliging the request that it can be done through online means. So I'll just keep it short because I understand that the time is less. Already probably the session is overrun. So my talk is about an indigenous development, the story of indigenous design and development of industry-ready tetra communication products and solutions in CDAC. So I'll quickly go through this. As you maybe most of the audience may be knowing, CDAC is a R&D organization under the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, MeitY. We are working in various technology areas, which include high performance computing, quantum computing, AI, strategic technologies, and India microprocessor development, software technologies, e-governance, and various application areas, power electronics, and of course, communication technology. We have 12 centers, 12 locations in India, and I sit in Trivandrum, where we have areas, we work in areas like microprocessor, strategic technology, cyber forensics, health technologies, and of course, communications, which is the group which I'm representing. So in this particular conference, I think since this is about public safety, emergency response, communication, so CDAC may be most known to you through this solution, the emergency response support system, which was developed by CDAC and developed and deployed by CDAC across the states and union territories all across India. And this is an initiative of Ministry of Home Affairs, and I'm proud to say that CDAC was behind the efforts for realizing and deploying this technology. So in this talk, I'm focusing on the other mostly the communication systems that we have been developing, especially the LMR or PMR sector, which we talk. We also have we also work in other domains, including software-defined radio, cognitive radio, spectrum sensing and analysis. So since we don't have the time, and this is not the right platform to talk about this, I skip those things. But whoever is interested can scan this QR code and get more details, our information booklet on what we do in these areas. And I'll just quickly go through the development of TETRA systems that we had. So maybe in the context of this, the recent discussions, there may be a question that why TETRA at this point of time, and everybody is talking about 5G and the broadband, this thing. But in a country like India, where the essence is diversity and it's the technology progress is not uniform, we believe that there is a room for coexistence of multitude of technologies. Even if the one particular example is that even when we are speaking about this, I know that there are many places in India where the old analog FM walkie-talkies are being, so probably in a futuristic sense, yes, we should talk about 5G, 6G and beyond, and then leveraging them for the PPDR and the and the broadband public safety communication. But at the same time, the conventional LMR, but they are also digital. They are not analog, but they are also digital, and they have been crafted. These standards have been crafted and put forth considering the specific requirements of emergency or specific requirements of public safety and critical communications in mind, whereas the 3GPP was primarily addressing commercial cellular wireless communication with a different set of goals or different set of parameters that are premium. But later on realized that this is equally important, and there was an effort to bring in the features of critical communication into that framework, but that is more like an afterthought, whereas in these technologies this were inherent. But I'm hopeful, having said that, okay, the disruptive changes that are being brought by the 5G and 6G networks may give us an opportunity to do this or integrate these requirements at a basic level and as native. But still, with a country like India, where the technology adoption and migration towards technologies is happening at different rates across different parts of the country and different segments of the user, I think there is still room for these kind of technologies to coexist and work complementarily along with the upcoming broadband technologies. And just to cut it short, to keep it short, like we worked in, we are basically, as I said, it's an R&D organization. So our initial thrust was mostly on technology and product development, POCs, demonstrations, proof of concept, and all that. Then we worked on encryption schemes in this communication system for a while, and then it is since 2016 onwards was there's a shift in thought process where we kind of aligned ourselves towards developing a complete solution, end-to-end solution, rather than focusing on individual products and individual technologies. So this was a change, and this was also like the Indian user community was warming up to this digitization of the radio communication network. So that was also one motivation for going towards this. And now we have a complete operational solution, which is called the CDAC Tetra network, which is a completely homegrown. Yeah, this is a typical illustration that, but this is in this conference, most of the people will be familiar with this use case, so I'm not going much into that. So this is based on ATSA 300.3.922 standard, that is Tetra standard, and it supports both standard and proprietary encryption schemes, both at the air interface encryption level as well as the end-to-end encryption level at the users. And this is a true IDDM solution because this is completely homegrown. It was completely developed by CDAC, including the basic hardware and software and the stack. And the complete technological know-how is with Government of India. This can cater to technical support, customization, enhancements option within the country. And this also probably in line with the government's policies for encouraging indigenous design and development. This helps to create an indigenous footprint in public safety and critical communications market through partnership with Indian industry. And this is true to the spirit of the Atmanirbhar Bharat policy. And this we have already, this technology is gone to industry. L&T has taken this, and they are currently using this as part of the indigenous allowed communication systems for Indian Navy. And we ourselves have done two small scale deployments, one at the Tetra digital network at BRC Mumbai, Bhabha Atomic Research Center Mumbai, and the 3 central presence in Kerala state. So the portfolio at the moment includes various infrastructure side equipment with base stations with 3 different form factors, then a gateway to connect to the PSTN or ISDN network. So this is where the interoperability aspect is being addressed, interoperability with other networks. Then again, the same thing can be done with legacy analog radios and also through the VoIP networks, and then a complete control room setup with voice recording and location awareness through GIS and location tracking. All those features are provided. Then terminal side, the radio terminals, the technology for radio terminals are also developed. Then,
Time, please.
yeah, yes, sir. I'm concluding. So we have also proven this, the interoperability with various other vendors, our infrastructure with other vendors' devices, including Airbus, Motorola, Hydra, Sapira, and Selex in many in some of them in clear mode and some of them in the encrypted mode also. So this is how we plan to take this further. Like we would like the industry to come for like as we said, as I said, we are primarily an R&D organization. So our technology, we are not, we do only the technology development and small scale deployments, but we are looking the support from the industry to take this technology forward, and we are open for a transfer technology. Already some TOT has one industry.
Okay, sir.
So,
Sir, time, please.
yes, sir. I'm just taking 1 minute, sir. Like I'm winding up. So this is the future plan. So smart interfaces of CTN over Ethernet and internet, and then hybrid communication systems. Like this is what I talked about, the coexistence framework that we are looking forward to, and also innovations leveraging other enabling technologies like the AI, ML, XR, and other communication technologies like cognitive radio and so on and so forth. So thank you so much for this opportunity, and sorry for overstepping by a couple of minutes. So thank you so much, and thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kishan. Definitely a good insight about the CDEC development on Tetra network, and definitely it should be useful to all the PPDR agencies. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. I would request our session chair to kindly do the honors of presenting mementos to our eminent speakers. We present to Srimati Padma Jaiswal, IAS, Secretary State of Government of Puducherry. We present to Shri Mahendra Srivastava, ITS Advisor, RailTel. To Shri Pankaj Goyal, ITS Director, DMT, Department of Telecommunications. And to Dr. Anvaya Rai, Scientist E, Head Unified and Mission Critical Communications, C.Dot. And I would like to invite on stage Mr. Sanjay Agarwal, Director, DCPW, guest of honor, to kindly do the honors of presenting a token of gratitude and appreciation to our chair, Shri Sandeep Govil. And we would request for a group photograph, requesting Mr. Agarwal to kindly join the panel for the group photograph. Also requesting Mr. Krishna Kumar to kindly switch on his camera so that he's part of the group photograph. Thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, I would request everyone to kindly remain seated. We straight away move into the next session. And a kind request for all our guests who are standing at the back near the exhibition counters. You're requested to kindly be discreet in your conversations. You're causing a lot of disturbance to other guests who want to listen to the presentations. So I would once again request, please do not create disturbance to our other guests who are wanting to pay attention to the presentations being presented here from the stage. Once again requesting all our exhibition counter personnel and other guests to kindly do not cause disturbance. So we are straight away moving into the next session, which is securing private networks for critical communications and certification and testing. I would like to invite our session chair, Mr. Kevin Graham, CEO TCCA, to kindly come up and take his seat as the chair of the session. I invite our eminent speakers, Mr. Kaustav Ghoshal, Vice President, Utility Ericsson Inc., He leads Ericsson's utility sector initiatives with expertise in deploying secure private networks and mission-critical communication solutions for energy mining and industrial applications. I invite Mr. Rajiv Mangla, Consort Digital, who specializes in nationwide mission-critical network solutions, including MCX deployments and shared infrastructure projects for public protection and disaster relief communications. I invite Mr. Puneet Singh, Lead Practice Critical Communications, PwC. He brings strategic insights into the global critical communications market. And I invite Sri Vivek Narayan, former DDG-DS, Department of Telecom. Sri Narayan has extensive experience in telecommunication policy, cybersecurity, and implementing initiatives such as PM Vani to strengthen India's critical communications industries. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, a very warm welcome to this session, which will focus on the rising importance of secure private networks in enabling mission-critical communications in sectors such as utilities, transportation, manufacturing, and public infrastructure, reliability, low latency, and security and non-negotiable. I would now invite our session chair, Mr. Kevin Graham, CEO TCCA, to kindly begin the proceedings of the session with his opening remarks and to kindly carry forward the proceedings of the session. Over to you, sir. And once again, reminding the speakers about the time limit of 7 to 8 minutes. And once again, requesting all those at the back to kindly not to make noise. Thank you. Over to you.
Well, good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to moderate this session. I'm actually standing in for Tero Personen, who was unable to join us here. Hopefully he's sleeping by now. So you'll have to enjoy my Australian English rather than Finnish English. So we probably can't get quite more geographically opposed in the world than those two nations. Anyway, let me move on to a topic area that we'll start with here, and it builds off probably the last presentation we had, which was around narrowband technology. The digital narrowband technologies, as mentioned by a previous speaker, have always embraced a interoperability regime, whether that's P25, Tetra, DMR, or even the Chinese version of DMR PDT. They all undertake a process of certification and interoperability. So let me talk very briefly about what we're doing in respect to MCX. And you've heard the term mentioned before, which covers both the press to talk, mission critical video, and mission critical data. But on top of that baseline of MCX is also built the additional features that are supporting the future mobile rail capability. So we've put a lot of work into having MCX as part of the 3GPP standards. We've been very fortunate off the back of the work we've done with ETSI and Tetra, and similarly with DMR, that we established a plug testing regime that has been going now for, it's probably close to 8 years. Each year, these plug tests allow vendors to come together to verify their implementations. And I'm very pleased that we have a number of Indian companies that have been participating in this test, alongside other global suppliers. And it's a really important phase for two reasons. Not only for industry to test their implementations, but equally for us, off the back of the results, to determine whether there's any enhancements that need to be made to the 3GPP standards, to remove any ambiguity, or to provide any further prescription to ensure that the next phase of this work, which we'll talk about, our program with the Global Certification Forum, allows for us to undertake device testing for MCX features in the same way device testing is taken for normal consumer grade IoT and other devices. So for the past 4 or 5 years, we've worked with GCF. GCF's board has supported this program for us to deliver MCX certification regime. They've since also allowed us to include the ability to work towards server-to-server certification, which is really important in a critical industry sector where you may have cross-agency, cross-border, cross-state requirements so that servers can talk to each other and deliver the same MCX capability in a certified manner. So we've now, with GCF, agreed to move forward on an additional phase, which is to set up some of the frameworks to do in-field, in-lab interoperability testing, just like the end users have enjoyed with their narrowband technologies. Better to stand back, is that better? So it's not just my Australian accent. So this is where we're at the moment. You know, we've gone through a number of years of testing, plug testing, and in fact, in October this year, we will return to the International Rail Telecommunications Union to conduct the next FRMCS test program. And it's really pleasing that every year we hold these plug tests, we are seeing more and more vendors joining us in this program. And that's then translating through as well to the support we're getting from GCF members, and it's really encouraging as well that we've had our first 5 national government operators, and we're talking about government operators responsible for delivering and overseeing delivery of mission critical in their nations, join GCF as a sign of support, and also a sign that they really require us to go through this type of testing as an insurance policy and a level of guarantee that no matter what networks they deploy, the solutions, the servers, the devices will work effectively on them for the functionality that's tested. So we're really looking to progress all of this work through server to server and also the work around interoperability. Within TCCA, we have a special working group that's looking at legal and regulatory matters. They've been involved in helping write template specifications that can be used by agencies around the world in their procurement programs. We've done some template specifications around that agencies can use again to ensure that the vendors that are bidding their product are committing to go down this path of product certification in line with 3GPP standards and our GCF program. We're also now working on some of the physical security aspects to try and define what might be the minimum standards or requirements. Apart from this legal and regulatory group is looking at all of the different types of legal and regulatory policy to ensure that those policies don't hinder both the deployment or the functionality delivery that they're intended to deliver. And there's a whole bunch of areas around privacy and other things that we're looking at on a nation-by-nation basis and sharing how nations have resolved some of those policy and regulatory areas. So actually, it's with great pleasure that I'll hand over to our panelists and allow them, because of the constraints on time, to introduce themselves and cover the topic areas that are really important around this panel session. And let me introduce Gaushal, Mr. Gaushal from Ericsson, who's flown all the way from the US to be with us here today. And over to you.
Thanks, Kevin. Good afternoon, everybody. All right, while the slides are being set up, terrific to be here, to be honest. I'm responsible for the utilities vertical for Ericsson. And I've been in the power industry, as somebody said, way too long for my own good. And so the way, I was going to approach this speed dating format today is slightly differently. No boxes, no lines connecting boxes. I think the way we need to look at what role does mission critical communications or mission critical networks play in our lives, play the role in mission critical national infrastructure industries, such as utilities, such as rail, seaports, airports, mining infrastructure. All of them have a rather common thread, and it's real-time systems. And these are all industries that actually build communications networks so that you and I can't watch Netflix. It's got nothing to do with it. They deal with mission critical, no comebacks outcomes. I think you have heard some of the speakers from earlier today talk about national disasters. You heard about the absolute disaster that happened in the train disaster earlier. There are similar stories. And the industry itself is very interestingly, intrinsically connected to environment as well. And in one of the studies, it said that the utilities industry is the most disaster prone or most exposed to disasters, environmental disasters. Now, you could argue who came first? Did the utilities create that disaster, or did the disaster take down the power grid? And I'm going to take a slightly different tact, and I'll talk about, you may not be able to read that thing at the bottom of the page. It says a day in the life of a grid under attack. Okay. And what I mean by that is typically in a power industry, every single day. And the beauty about this is the power industry being a regulated industry by and large, it behaves exactly the same way, whether you're in the US or in India or in Malaysia or in Brazil, it doesn't matter. The basic behavior of a power grid follows IEEE standards, and that's how it is, okay? Every single day in the life of a grid, as I call it, it's under attack from three fronts. You hear about the catastrophic, there are lots of bad actors out there. There is the cyber attack. Then there is the physical attack on the grid. The part of the world where I come from, guns are rather easy. And you got lots of crazies that abound, places like the US. They take pot shots at transformers, okay? So that's a physical attack on the grid. Then there is what I call as the electrical attack itself. The nature of the grid is because it's real-time systems, what happens is a fault somewhere can be so catastrophic if not caught early enough. I think we heard earlier the whole Spain and Portugal disaster mentioned. This is what the Iberian Peninsula looks like on a normal day. This is what happened to it. Okay? This is what California looks like literally every 6 months. There is some utility or the other that blows up. It took an institution like PG&E literally down to its knees. You would have heard of the catastrophic disasters in Southern California. When they ran the forensics, they found out a de-energized transmission line actually caused the fires. I'm not going to get into the technical details of it. I could lecture for 2 hours on that, but we got a little time. Let me talk about what happens. That's a very typical distribution pole anywhere in the world. Do you know what happens when a conductor snaps? That's like about a 30-foot, anywhere from 30 to 50-foot pole. When a conductor snaps, how long does it take before it hits the ground? 1,300 milliseconds, give or take, 1.3 seconds. Think about it. Could we build a network that could de-energize, potentially de-energize that conductor before it hits the ground, not after the fact? It is possible, okay? We've actually kicked off a global effort looking into could ultra-low latency networks at the edge of the networks have prevented a total blackout in the Iberian Peninsula. Kevin, you alluded earlier in your speech, not this immediate earlier, but earlier, you talked about spectrum. You talked about interoperability cross-border. When Spain went dark, they literally had to call Morocco in the south and France in the east to open those interties. Could we have built a network where the grid could have sensed, Houston, I will have a problem 100 milliseconds from now. Shut something down so that it's a brownout, not a blackout, okay? Those are the kinds of scenarios we're looking into. Again, as I said, mission-critical communications, mission-critical networks are not built for Netflix. Those are the primary needs of the networks. I think my colleague mentioned earlier, Mayank already told about how many different such private networks are already getting rolled out in utilities across the globe. There are challenges. Spectrum, availability or access to spectrum, the business, building a business case itself, the device ecosystem. Today, majority of such private networks are around monitoring and maintenance of the grid itself. I think as 5G takes hold, we're starting to see the more futuristic applications start showing up, where you can create that digital twin, if you will. And again, I alluded to the importance of spectrum, having dedicated spectrum for this industry. And all the successes, all the names that I shared, and all the slew of utilities across the globe that have started to roll these out, spectrum has been the key enabler for that process. Shocking, I did not get the bell.
Well done. Thank you for those insights. Let me allow Rajiv to join the podium and yeah.
All right, I'll just move on. This is moving forward, right? All right. Okay, so I think you've been told a little bit about what MCX is. I'm going to map MCX a little bit to a PPDR network in India and how it can be built over a shared infrastructure, right? And my view will be mostly from MCX, but I'll touch upon some other topics as well as we do that. But before that, just quickly, I just want to talk about 2 seconds about MCX1. That's our vision for the company. We've been building this product for a few years now, and we just say we are proudly Make in India. But at the same time, we are a growing international presence with our partners across the globe as well. And we are part of all international bodies. We participate in the ETSI plug tests, FRMCS plug tests, as well as we are now contributing to the ETSI standardization efforts as well, right? We're contributing to that as well. Now, quickly, I think you all had an overview of, enough information about what MCX is. This is typically the stack, right? You would have a radio access network, and you would have a 4G or 5G core, then you would have an MCX. We're like an application, and then we sort of depended upon the network to provide us the pipes, right, to do our work, right? So as long as the pipes are up, we can do our work. Then, of course, on top of it, there's the devices, and all kinds of devices you would see coming in the ecosystem, as Kaustav also mentioned, right? The device ecosystem is the key part to make this happen. So you have handsets, you have vehicular radios, you have even drone radios now, you have various kinds of cameras, all transmitting information. There are other sensors and IoT devices that can be added on to the mission-critical data network and collect information from it, right? And then, of course, there are applications, right, on top of that. You have control room applications, you have user safety applications, you have video management systems, you have fleet management, all kinds of stuff that can be built on top of that. So that's the ecosystem. But since as an MCX provider, we are dependent upon the core network, right? And sort of what RANs do, right? I'll just talk a little bit about how we can work with them, right? So from an MCX, if you want to build a mission critical network for a PPDR, what are the requirements at a very high level, right? So one of the things, of course, is it's a nationwide network. It needs to have a nationwide coverage as well, right? So that's the first requirement. And India is a huge country, right? I mean, we still have operators not able to cover the entire country. I mean, we have to give this for PPDR. That even makes a bigger challenge for us, right? How do you do that? And then if you think of it, the number of subscribers, my estimate on this is about 1 million to 4 million subscribers on a PPDR network, right? So how do you set up such a large network with that user base, right? Is a question that we need to sort of answer, right? In a cost-effective manner. The other thing is, how do you operate during disasters? I mean, in the end, it's a PPDR. It needs to work when disasters happen, right? And when disasters happen, that's where the real value of that network will show up at that time, right? So that's the acid test for these networks, right? So how do you make sure that the PPDR network that we set up works during disasters, you have network disruptions, you have isolated operations, certain part of the network gets isolated. How does it work at that time? You have to make sure that it works, right? Those are the other requirements, I feel. The third kind is, such a network would take time to roll out. It won't just get rolled out like in like a few months, right? It'll take years, some time to roll out. You still have to interoperate with all the existing technology that the folks have had built over years, right? And just sort of as you roll the PPDR network out. And I think the last one is, I think you'd still, if I think of the PPDR police and other use cases, right? It's very decentralized. I mean, to some extent, it is centralized, and it's like decentralized as well as a centralized. So you should want to have balance both, right? You want to have a certain degree of autonomy for the local agencies. At the same time, you want to have a central control over it as well. So how do you set up a network like that, right? Those are the requirements in my mind, what a PPDR network should have at a very high level. I mean, there are many other features and things I'm not going into, but this is sort of high level, right? Now, let's take the first question of coverage, right? How do we meet coverage requirements? So I think, to my mind, I mean, MOCN comes to rescue here. So MOCN is multi-operator core network, right? So I mean, I think this is sort of a balance between how to get a coverage across India and at the same time have the control over the network as well, right? Sort of balances both, correct? So you could have a core operator, a core network completely owned by the PPDR agencies, and then you can share the RAN infrastructure with existing operators, right? And what will happen at that time is that when the RANs will sort of now transmit two PLMNs, right? And their own and also the PPDR PLMN, right? And the UEs, that PPDR UEs will get attached to the PPDR network, I mean PPDR core, right? And then they can get serviced, right? So that way you can get coverage, but have control as well, right? That gives you the balance, sort of best of both worlds in my mind, right? To do that. Now, so PPDR UEs can attach to the PPDR core using the shared RANs. Then through the independent PPDR core, PPDR UEs can be managed with their own SIMs, their own sort of QS, QCIs, priorities. You can set up bearers and manage them during sort of independently as well, right? And of course, the backhaul can be shared and can be independent, right, as well. So this sort of is, in my mind, a possible way to go about solving the problem of coverage in the country. Now, other than this, I mean, of course, if you think of this as a solution, a few other questions follow immediately after that. I mean, can PPDR network do MOCN with multiple operators? Again, I'm a little bit on thin ice here, but I think most of the time, if the geographies are separate, you should be able to do that easily. That part, I think, I can sort of imagine would work. And if they're overlapping geographies, there might be some issues, but it will still work according to me. But I think that's something I will still consult an expert. This is my view. But of course, you can switch between two operators in the same geography, right? I mean, you sort of suppose you have a storm somewhere, and suppose Airtel is down or somebody else, operator one is down, you can switch to the other operator, right? At that time, you can do that, right? For sure. So that's a possibility, right? And then, I mean, of course, PPDR network can add their own RANs, right? Whenever they need to the areas where they don't have coverage, right? So they can extend their own network as well, right? To do that. So that's my view, sort of how do you solve the coverage problem? Now comes the next requirement. What is operations during disaster, right? I mean, how does sort of core help us? And then, of course, I'll talk about what MCX can do on top of that. So high availability of the core network is the key question, right? I mean, whatever happens, like I said, the acid test is when disaster happens, right? How does the network behave at that time? So think of it, right? You have a storm and your links go down, part of the network is isolated, right? So how do you get service at that time, right? So in my mind, the more distributed you are, the better you are. But at the same time, this goes against the centralized control. So you have to sort of keep balancing it all the time, right? So the redundant multiple, so typically what I've seen is, and I'm sure you guys all know this as well, that most of the operators typically would do a centralized control plane and a distributed user plane. That's what they will do, right? And a centralized control plane, in my mind, can be made redundant, can have multiple copies of that running, but at the same time, you would still have, cannot distribute the user plane. So the more MCX can be deployed closer to the user plane, the better in my mind it would be, right? Just to make things work out better for us, right? So from a PPDR perspective, the other options are, I mean, apart from the one where we have centralized control plane, which are distributed, sort of redundant copies of this running and distributed user plane, there are some other options, right? You can have independent cores, and then you can have roaming between them. That could be another PPDR core network as well, right? So that's a reasonable possibility, right? Then of course, got the bell. So of course, then you have distributed control plane as well. So distributed control plane is a much harder problem to solve, right? But I think there are some offerings I've seen that can solve that problem. So now in this, I mean, as an MCX solution, we should be able to work with all these different possibilities, right? And be able to sort of be able to manage users across them. That's how we built our MCX over the last many years, right? So we ask, how do you make sure that we work with all these different possibilities, right? And our sort of some of the design principles sort of are reflected here, that we are fully distributed, we are multi-site, we can scale through multi-node clusters, we can have isolated independent operations, we can do dynamic bearers and manage sort of ad hoc networks and for congestions, right? We can do all this, right? In the same platform that we sort of built over the last few years, right? So I think apart from that, we can work with IWF technologies, and then there are a few other things I can talk about. But I think this sort of at high level, I just wanted to say how we can set up a network with MCX and sort of use the existing infrastructure and build a PPDR network in the country. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Rajiv. And I'll now hand over to Puneet Singh, who can introduce himself to save some time and cover some other interesting topic area.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a privilege to be here amongst leaders who've spent decades building the backbone of critical communications. Today, I'll offer a complementary perspective. What happens when artificial intelligence enters this world? When our networks just don't communicate, but also carry the intelligence along with it. So the entire concept of communication, as Costa pointed out, critical communication is to not just watch Netflix. We need to take decisions based on the feed or based on the communication that comes up. So we need intelligent decision support systems along with mission critical communication to be able to avert scenarios during disasters or crisis. And it's not just for public safety, but areas like defense, transport, energy, and utilities. All of these industries require these decision support systems. So in other words, can we evolve from mission critical communication to mission intelligent systems is a topic that I would explore today. And the answer exists We can have AI at edge that can process all of this information and help us as co-pilots during this entire scenarios. We often think of AI as something that lives in big data centers, but in a mission critical world, you cannot wait for the cloud to receive responses. When a disaster strikes, latency is measured not in milliseconds, but in lives lost or saved. When a battlefield or a blackout cuts off connectivity, decision-making must happen locally, autonomously, and instantly. And as Costa pointed out, 1.3 seconds is all we have between taking a decision and the feed that we receive. That's why AI at the edge is so powerful. It can see through video. It can predict risks like structural collapse. It can advise responders and controllers, offering decision support when human capacity is overwhelmed. And most importantly, continue to operate when central systems fail. This is the evolution, networks that don't just transmit, but interpret. Let me make this real. Imagine a firefighter entering a smoke-filled building. On their helmet visor, an AI co-pilot highlights safe passages, locates heat signatures, and warns of weakening structures. Or a police officer managing a chaotic crowd, the co-pilot detects unusual movement patterns, alerts them to possible escalation, and guides evacuation routes. In all these cases, AI is not replacing human judgment. It is amplifying it. It's a digital partner, a trusted co-pilot in moments of maximum pressure. And this idea doesn't stop with first responders. Think about utilities. During a grid failure, an AI co-pilot can guide operators to isolate faults, reroute power, and prevent cascading blackouts. In aviation, AI co-pilot can assist air traffic controllers when communication lines are congested, ensuring safety in the skies. In cybersecurity, AI at the edge can respond instantly to attacks, shutting down vulnerabilities before human operators can even read the alert. And security operation centers work on terabytes of data per day. So you can imagine the raw data feed that the engineers have to sift through in case of cyber attacks. So we need intelligent triage agents, we need intelligent resolution agents across all of these alerts to bring some of these autonomous decision-making to life. We have built one of the largest digital infrastructures in the world here in India. We have unmatched talent in AI and software. We have urgent needs from urban resilience to rural connectivity, from disaster response to industrial safety. This is our opportunity to leapfrog, not just in building reliable networks, but in building intelligent mission systems to become a global leader, not in following standards, but in setting new ones. India can be the place where AI-powered mission intelligence is invented, tested, and scaled for the world. If we can connect the world and then give the connectivity the power to understand, and then give the first responders the courage to take better decisions, we would have transformed mission critical from a backbone of survival into a nervous system of humanity. And that, I believe, is the best use of our collective innovation. Thank you.
Thanks, Puneet. Some interesting areas that are now flowing into our ecosystem to improve things. Vivek, I'll let you introduce yourself to save some time, and if you share some of the information that you want to.
Good afternoon, distinguished person on the dais, ladies and gentlemen, friends from the media. I'd like to highlight a different perspective with regard to cybersecurity and some serious issues which need to be deliberated upon. I have some suggestions, but they need to be further considered and taken action upon. The next slide. Yeah, so we are well aware about the cyber attacks from within the network, outside the network, and by sabotaging the environment, say you have an air conditioning plant, and if you sabotage the water supply, then the air conditioning plant gets affected and your server's temperatures get affected. And while we are discussing, there are new cyber attacks which are being designed and with enhanced complexity. So that is a very, very serious situation. Next slide, please. So one of the issues is the website blocking. Now, as per the orders of the Honorable Court or as with the IT Act, websites need to be blocked. But with HTTPS coming in, the server name identifier field which identifies the URL is now encrypted. So that is one issue. Second is many times the IP address of the website should be blocked, changes dynamically, the fast flux technology. Third is that dynamically the domain name generation algorithm changes the URL of the websites to be blocked. So it is becoming very difficult to actually block the websites. And traceroute for many reasons is blocked, either because to reduce traffic or to intentionally block the traceroute. And other input is that 70% of internet traffic presently is terminated within India. So only 30% goes through the international gateways. That is good for India. But that is, and there are 2,600 ISPs approximately, which are mesh connected. So how do you block a website? And other complexity is that IP addresses used, allocated other than APNIC can also be used in India. So easy way to block the website is to have a database of IP addresses which have been configured by ISPs in India, so as to reach the owner of the URL or IP address and deal with him directly by the law enforcement agencies. So that means that we need to have an IP address database. The same way, if somebody does something wrong using a mobile phone, so we can, or a landline telephone, so we simply, the operators tell to whom the mobile phone belongs to, and then the law enforcement agencies deal with them directly. So presently, I understand that this IP address database is being made with the help of ISPs. The work is underway in DOT. And in case the website is outside, then we have to block it at the international internet gateways. Then the other issue is that India is the second largest internet user in terms of number of users, and internet banking is being used by masses, and frauds are on the rise. 127%, then 55%, and 42% rise. So which is alarming. And then we have VPNs, where Delhi schools and hospitals are receiving bomb threats via emails using VPN, which is making traceability of the email sender very cumbersome. So as a solution, respective entities may like to look at global best practices to deal with such issues. Now we have IoT devices with their own vulnerabilities, and with each house having number of IoT devices. So the laws made by Japan, UK, and Singapore can be studied. In Japan, they have mandated third-party audit with regard to risk. Then it has been mandated reporting of accidents for IoT devices and measures to prevent recurrence, that is to be published. And PSE certification has been made mandatory. In UK, password procedures have been made more complex. And again, you have to report bugs and security problems that arise so that people are aware, and manufacturers, retailers inform customers how long they will receive support, including software updates for the device they are buying. In Singapore, cybersecurity labeling for IoT has been introduced to enhance IoT security, guide consumers in choosing secure and smart devices, and it also encourages manufacturers to prioritize cyber security in their products. So these are the three examples of three countries. There are many countries working on it. So similarly, global best practices need to be read, understood by the respective agencies and need to be worked upon. Other thing is that how many of us see how many ports of our devices are ingress and egress ports are open. So the port should be blocked to minimize malicious traffic. And ICANN, which is the controller of IP addresses and domain names, should be contacted, and the issues, especially dynamic changes in IP address and domain name, should be taken up with ICANN so that they can guide us to deal with such issues. Then the other thing is this public Wi-Fi. Now, 70 or 75% of usage of data in our mobile phones is through Wi-Fi, either through home Wi-Fi, broadband, or through public Wi-Fi. Now, when we get into public Wi-Fi, how do we know that the Wi-Fi network is reliable or has been by a fraudster, set up by a fraudster? So, and in case client isolation is not enabled in the Wi-Fi network, then the Linux commands, one can access the devices connected to the Wi-Fi and can go into the devices using the ingress ports and then play with the device, take out passwords or whatever, put in some malware, virus, whatever. So the government of India had come up with the PM-WANI hotspots. There are around 3.5 lakhs hotspots in the country as of now. So if you use PM-WANI Wi-Fi through mobile application, it is, you know that the Wi-Fi network is authentic and secure. And more hotspots are being added, especially at the airports. A lot of airports are coming up with tenders for PM-WANI. The advantages are that many of these hotspots have roaming facility, that if you pay at one place, at the other places you need not pay. Your wallet remains same and you can use that money at other airports or other places as well. And once you log into a Wi-Fi network you need OTP for authentication. So once you are through PM-WANI, you need not do it every time. Once authenticated, then you remain up in the database of PM-WANI, so you can be there. Recently, DOT and TRAI have taken a lot of steps for promotion of PM-WANI by way of ease of doing for the PM-WANI service providers, PDOs and PDOAs. Also, tariff for backhaul has now been regulated by TRAI, which is a help for the service providers. And PM-WANI can provide broadband internet in places where having mobile coverage issues. So that is another advantage. So these are some of the issues which I wanted to highlight on security aspects and public Wi-Fi and internet, which are very serious issues. And security is a vital aspect of the critical communications. So I wanted to just highlight this. Thank you.
Thank you, Vivek. I think we're just about up against time, but I'd like to thank the panelists. And obviously, private networks play an important role in critical industries. So, the importance of spectrum, security, leveraging some of the newer technologies, AI, to help with that protection are really important. And I think underpinning all of this is, if we follow the standards, we have the opportunity to implement networks of various sizes, scales, and capability that can address a diverse range of vertical sectors. And we've touched on a few today: utilities, examples that Rajiv mentioned of how we could scale PPDR capability across wide geographic areas. And I think the other important part is that we recognise that if we are going to adopt these technologies, we also need to recognise that we need to wrap them with the security requirements. We need to follow the standards, and that way we have a greater probability of conformance, interoperability, and then a greater chance of making sure the networks are secure and the applications all work end to end. So I appreciate the perspectives from our panel, and would you join me in giving them a big round of thanks for their input. And also, thank you for those that are traveling, especially you had quite a torturous travel from the US, so really appreciate the effort in joining the local community here. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for that wonderful session we had. And I would request our session chair, Mr. Kevin Graham, CEO TCCA, to kindly do the honors of presenting mementos to our eminent speakers. We begin by presenting to Mr. Kaustav Ghoshal. To Mr. Rajiv Mangla. Thank you. To Mr. Puneet Singh. And finally, to Mr. Vivek Narayan. And may I request all our panelists to kindly come together in the front for a group photograph, please. Ladies and gentlemen, requesting everyone to kindly remain seated as we will straight away move on to the next session, which is our final session of the conference, session 5. We will just request for a few minutes to do up the top table for the next session. Thank you. So good evening, ladies and gentlemen. As mission-critical communications evolve in India, the ecosystem of devices, application, and certification standards become the cornerstone for ensuring interoperability, reliability, and security. This session, which we are going to begin, will explore how cutting-edge technologies can be adopted to India's diverse and demanding contexts, ranging from disaster response to rural connectivity. We will examine case studies highlighting robust MCX solutions across sectors such as mining, power, and utilities. This session will also cover advanced use cases, including 5G core integration and interworking functions, which are vital for seamless connectivity across heterogeneous networks. And may I now invite on stage our distinguished chair, Dr. S.N. Gupta, Chairman, DigiGao Foundation. Let's put our hands together to welcome Dr. Gupta, who is the chairman of the DigiGao Foundation, is a visionary in leveraging technology to strengthen digital infrastructure in rural and mission-critical context, and he has extensive experience in integrating emerging technologies such as blockchain and MCX solutions into public safety and communications ecosystem. I invite eminent speaker, Mr. Ankit Dixit, CEO Tidal Wave. He specializes in deploying mission-critical communication solutions in challenging and industrial environments, and he brings expertise in mining, communications, and operational safety. Let's put our hands together to welcome Mr. Ankit Dixit. I invite Mr. Sumit K. Gihani. He is Vice President Sale, Druth Software Limited, and he has an extensive experience in 5G core solutions, enabling seamless integration of mission-critical networks. We invite Mr. Cheng Soy Ko, he is the Business Development Manager, Sepura. Mr. Ko oversees business development at Sepura, focusing on mission-critical communication devices that combine ruggedness, reliability, and usability for first responses. And finally, I have the privilege of inviting Ms. Haley Kwon, Head of Sales, Bluebird Inc. She leads the sales at Bluebird Inc., specializing in advanced mission critical communications devices designed for safety, operational efficiency, and secure connectivity. So, ladies and gentlemen, with those words of introduction, I would now request our session chair, Dr. S.N. Gupta, Chairman, DG Gaon Foundation, to commence this session with opening remarks and also present the use of blockchain in FRMCS, Future Railway Mobile Communication Systems, to ensure secure, reliable, and transparent communications. Over to you, sir, for your opening remarks and to carry forward the proceedings. May I once again invite our eminent speakers to join us. We have Ms. Haley Kwon and Mr. Ankit Dixit on the stage, inviting Mr. Sumit K. Gihani and Mr. Cheng Soy Ko to kindly join us. Thank you. So they will switch it on. And this is the. You press, it's there, sir. ये forward है और नीचे वाला return.
Yeah, thank you, Sapna. Good afternoon, everyone. It's indeed a great pleasure and honor to be interacting with the experts, actually, which have come from all over the places for this last session of this first conference on the mission critical communication in India. Our session, as Sapna have already mentioned, will be dealing with MCX solutions, devices, and applications, and case studies. Luckily, they have given me some time also for myself, actually, which I call for this session a warming up time, actually. So because 10 minutes are required for me just to warm up or to tell all about this. So I have to manage in that. And rest of the job will have to be done by our experts who are really there. So my, of course, presentation, though it is meant for more about the usage of blockchain and FRMCS for railway optimization and basically achieving the operational excellence. And the title of the presentation will be Decentralized Traffic Management. In today's date, the railway traffic management is called CTC. CTC stands for Centralized Traffic Control or Centralized Train Control. So I want to change the paradigm actually by using these new technologies, especially the blockchain, which of course today in the given of time, I cannot touch blockchain, but I will do justice to what we call FRMCS. And let me go straight away there, in fact, so that we don't waste time. Yeah, but before that, yes, this should be my starting point here. Why it is not working? No. Yeah, so I'll start. And since morning, actually, especially the chief guest of the day, Anil Lahoti ji, happened to be ex-railway. And also on the guest of honor, there was a railway man, Sanjay ji, the CMD of Railtel. And even our Madam Chairman, Aruna ji, also talked about railway. And everyone talked about the famous railway accident, the Balasore, actually. Lot of debates happened, lot of things happened, and till now the jury is not actually out why that accident happened. and whether it could have been avoided or not. And in my presentation, what you will see in 5 minutes, it will show that how the Balasore kind of accidents can be avoided in future. Actually, that is what. And there I'll show how the role of blockchain comes. Actually, morning Chairman Arunaji was also mentioning about fail-safe. Actually, one requirement of any mission critical communication is it should be fail-safe. According to me, fail-safe also is not enough actually. Especially when you deal with the telecommunication in railway, fail-safe is not enough. Fail-safe means if your system fails, it should fail on the safe side. That means it should not result into accident. But that means it is allowed to fail, but on the safe side. So what happens in the railway environment in fail-safe? If something has failed, it has avoided the accident, but it has killed the punctuality. Fail-safe means the train will come to standstill whenever there is a doubt, whenever there is a failure. So your punctuality becomes a casualty, though accidents is prevented. But that is not enough, actually. So I have used the term which is called failure not an option. Actually, a mission critical communication, and for that matter, anything mission critical should follow this ask of what we call failure not an option. That is why I've called these goals at BHAG goal, BHAG, the bold, hairy, radius goal. So that is what is failure not an option means. It was first used in that moon mission for Apollo, where when the team was they were confused in what should be done, and they asked the mission controller that, sir, Mr. Director, whether I take path A or B. So he himself told, I don't know anything, but you don't have an option to fail. So that is the term came from here. Failure not an option. So your mission critical communication have to help railway to achieve this. In addition to that, there are so many things. So now let me go to the FRMCS. Actually, I'll skip the blockchain slides and straightway go to the FRMCS. The role of FRMCS, or for that matter, mission critical communication, starts from these, what we call CBTC. CBTC is communication-based train control system. And that is the system where instead of these trackside signaling, trackside signals, they are removed and everything happens through communication. So that is the CBTC. There are three elements of that. One is called ATP, automatic train protection. Other is called ATO, automatic train operation. And then ATS, the automatic train supervision, which is done through the control system. And everything here happened with communication. And unfortunately, in the current era, the communication used here, you will be surprised to know, is GSM and Wi-Fi. Can you believe that? And they are still maintaining your mission critical components, but with a lot of work around, actually, not very efficiently. That is what we're doing. So first era of CBTC was called GSMR, which is GSM Railway, and a lot of network are having GSMR. Of late, 4 or 5 years back, they have gone to what is called ETS2, which is using LTE. That means 4G. 4G for railway, it is called LTR. And till now, all the railways of the world are using these LTR actually. But what is required is this FRMCS. FRMCS is actually Future Rail Mobile Communication System, which I will call 5GR. It is plus over 5G actually. So it has a core network design. It has radio access network and interoperability. Since morning we have been talking. A lot of work is happening on the standardization. Luckily, one partner of TCCA, who is the organizer today, is called UIC. UIC is International Union of Railways, headquartered in France. It is equivalent of ITU. What ITU is for telecom, UIC is for railway, and they have standardized this in collaboration with 3GPP. And that is what is called FRMCS. Standardization is already happening. And now adaptation is happening. So it makes use of IoT, AI, enhanced cyber security, autonomous train communication. So all these things are used here. Instead of your GSMR or Wi-Fi, now you use these FRMCS, which does wonders actually. It achieves what morning we were talking about, the resilience, the security, the availability, uptime, everything is there. They make use of AI also here. They make use of IoT also. They make use of 5G. And more than anything else, they make use of private 5G network actually. Since morning, we are talking today also, I was reading a great paper by our President TV Saab actually, the 5G for enterprises. It is not 5G only for enterprises. More required is 5G for the utilities, 5G for the transport companies, especially for railways actually. And railway have been using private network before the public networks were there actually. For last 150 years, railway is using their own telecom network. They started actually with digital. That was the Morse code when they started using, and since then they have their own private network. When you should be using private network, when public network cannot give you what you need. If a public network cannot give you mission critical communication like resilience, reliable, means no failure, failure not an option, those kind of things. If they cannot give you, then you have to have private network. That is what railway is having. And government is giving spectrum to them. So the same thing is there. Whosoever need mission critical network for their operation, for their captive need, so he should be given the spectrum for the private network. That is what FRMCS need, and railway is already getting that kind of spectrum. So this is what is happening actually. LTR, we are going beyond LTR now. And this is one another diagram where actually even if you do a private network, the public network role is there, but in the back-end side. So it is not that you are competing with the public network or you are taking everything away from the public network. What public network can give, you still use it, even if you are creating your captive network for your own need and for something which are a gap between your requirement of mission critical and what the public network can give you. There is a gap. So that gap is to be built by the private network, your captive network, and take some connect, because you cannot work in isolation. Even if I've made my private network, even in railway, FRMCS, there is a connectivity with the public network also, because there are people are traveling. You have to transmit some information beyond your network also. So this is what. So now I think, and this is how it will look like. So I've put all these things on HC and UIC, all IP. That is no magic, 4G, 5G, all IP. AI. So AI is used here. So it makes it 5G plus. The AI makes it 5G plus. Virtualized, sliced, layered, ODS, MOCN. Actually, a lot of our Indian friends will be talking about MOCN. This is a one thing which a private network need. Luckily in India, we have morning, Dr. Upadhyay was mentioning about the 5G core. And today also on the panel we already have a MOCN, which in fact public network does not have. And MOCN is a requirement for mission critical. So that is why this is there. So from my side, I'll stop at this place. Actually, I'm already taken more time, and I'll go to our expert. Shall we go to Mr. Ankit Dixit, a friend of mine, CEO of Tidal Wave. He's also a part of WISE, Make in India. And he has really not only designed a 5G core, which can meet this requirement, 5G radio, but you are making use of 5G core, Indian 5G core. Yes, so Make in India. So, and I know they are the first one to do a deal of a private network in India for a client which is needing mission critical communication. So will you be able to explain and tell what you have done and what you want from our forum or from government? Yeah. Thank you.
Namaskar, everyone. My name is Ankit. I come from the telecom fraternity. I left it 7 years ago. but I got adopted by the mining industry and the steel industry and the power industry of the country. All right. I am backed by a great set of individuals, both on the investor side as well as an amazing engineering team. 90% of our team is telecom R&D engineers. I would, in fact, I should say these are AI engineers stuck doing telecom stack, right? Hating it so much that they want to disrupt and rebuild it. So, everyone usually complicates the topic of 5G. When I was on the buying side of 5G radios, we used to hear MIMOs, 32TR, etc., etc. It is quite a simple narrative where we can actually explain to the end customer the outcomes and then show them how we can actually customize solutions and deliver. So that's what I want to propagate today very quickly, right? 5G, we focus on 5G radios to the point we are obsessed by radios and its technology, right? So what sir mentioned, what is our achievement over 7 years? Now, usually the first few slides are wasted upon talking about company, etc. On this flight to here, I was actually thinking, what should be my opening slide? What is our achievement? This picture, ladies and gentlemen, is our achievement. This is the only Indian company which can show a field deployed private 5G network with working use cases. This is Coal India's mine and with working use cases, right? So, and those are all actual pictures of a drone which has been zoomed in just to show you everyone. Just a quick show of hands. Do you guys know how many drone companies are there in India? I'll just speed it up. It's about 2,200 companies in India. How many make a 5G drone? And back then, none of them used to make a 5G drone. So we had to step out of our radio zone and actually do a 5G drone for India with a 10 kg payload. Now, we are not aerodynamic engineers. So we had to step back to our radios, keep our hands full. So we are going there. We work with partners. So tomorrow, if now there are, I think, 1 or 2 making drones, developing drones, etc. We are working with all these. Our job is to make sure the radio is flexible to work with multiple use cases, mission critical communications, etc., etc. Our radio should be available with all the European standards of 5QI and etc., as well as Indian standards, right? We don't take complacency with the Make in India benefit or support that we get in the country, because we know someday we have to compete, right? So we work with that vigor. You're always welcome to Mumbai to have a look at it. You will see our engineers, very different breed. They are not a 9-to-5 kind typical I used to find in my previous careers. We are like guys who just love hard problems to solve. For simple problems, it's very difficult to motivate these engineers, right? So you will see we have control over the digital layer of the radio. We have control over the RFFE components, the LNAs, PAs. You will see everything there. So the frequency bands in the country which keep shifting continuously. So we have control over all the bands. That's why, right? We had to go like that. And finally, we are venture backed. Finally, in 7 years. It never happens in India that a telecom company, usually these are dead on arrival companies, but we managed to. Unfortunately, we are a RAN and hardware company. Fortunately, we are a RAN hardware company that survived. And we are having that ambition to enhance the technology roadmap for the many years foreseeable, right? So moving forward, video calls, we work with Consort, we work with Druid, we work with all those guys who care about these hard problems to be solved. And I don't have the time to show videos here, but the expression, the delight on a customer such as Coal India, such as people who work on these hard mining companies, to get a simple phone call, they won't get it on a coal face. And they are getting a video call, HD video call. They're flying drones sitting from Ranchi in Dhanbad. That's what we are able to deliver, right? And that's why I say we were adopted by the industries. Moving on, we also have, we can't obviously share information and pictures on the defense side that we work. So these are some representative pictures of the work we have actually successfully deployed and delivered, right? Airliftable, we were many times technology rank 1 in all these RFPs that come out, and we have delivered this. This is airlift ready, 300 kg and below, and we have beaten it by a long margin, right? So our experience ranges from not so dense environments like mines where IoTs are far from each other, very sparse, all the way to very dense piped jungles, urban jungles. We are able to manage that. RF planning, etc. We do it in a way, and our radios are made so that it adapt to the changing environments of an enterprise or an industry. Coal mines, there are so many landslide scenarios that even the humidity change. So every time you dig coal out, you have to place that overburden over large mountains. And change in humidity in the air can change the frictional coefficient, and the whole slide can just come down and wipe out Caterpillar machines and the mega machines and the people with it, right? People who are toiling hard out there, they might just go have a drink and sleep right there in the mines and be forgotten inside. So these are the scenarios, shift changes. These are real scenarios. And for example, Coal India is something which powers like 60–70% of energy still, right? These are the guys, and they're supplying for steel, they're supplying for thermal power, etc. So we have worked with them, and we've gone beyond to work with railways. Today, QCI wise, we support mission MCX, PTT over voice, etc., stream buffering, voice basically buffered, group calling, etc. So we have worked with our partners here in the room on delivering these visible outcomes to the customer. None of my slides talk usually 32TR, ORAN, vRAN, Open RAN, all of it is there inside, and none of my slides will talk like that, right? So we are with our partners to move from narrowband to broadband, and Viksit Bharat, or so to say, cannot be about multiple radio access technologies backed by multiple WhatsApp groups, handling backups. If microwave fails, please switch over to Wi-Fi, switch over to LAN, etc. It can't work like that. We need a very reliable wireless network environment. And these kind of environments is what we operate on. These are all real pictures, and we invite all the ecosystem partners to load up their applications. We will give you that platform in the largest customers or the most aggressive customers out there, both public sector, private sector, to showcase the value you can give. If we can make $100 for them, they don't mind giving us $10 in return as fee. So premium tech we should deliver, and premium tech should get paid. We will ensure that happens, right? So rest are all pictures. I hope this is just a quick glance into what this company is doing. Hard problem to solve, uphill thing. I'm glad we didn't know how difficult this climb was. Otherwise, we might have given up as well, right? All right, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ankit. We should congratulate you for this achievement and helping in Viksit Bharat also. My only one question to you is, what is the single most problem of these mission critical communication or quality of this you have solved, which a public network could not have done?
Oh. So public networks are made for best effort basis. It's spray and pray, right? We have to give them congestion-free, jitter-free environments. Very simple. If someone is going for communication, it can't be wired now. It has to be wireless. It has to be reliable wireless. So it can't be Wi-Fi, LoRa, Zigbee, etc. All those Bluetooth stuff. It has to be reliable, so 5G. But then it has to be dedicated 5G, and that's why 5G local area network. Congestion-free, jitter-free. When it is needed, it is always having that congestion, right?
Thank you. Thank you, Ankit. Now, let us go to our next expert, Mr. Sumit Gehani, Vice President Sales, Druid Software.
Good evening, everyone. Myself, Sumit Gehani. I'm handling sales for Druid Software. I think this is one of the best events which has happened in last, I think, 1 year. We're focusing on mission critical and private networks, and congratulations to BIF and TCCA. So today I have 6 minutes, 37 seconds. So I'll be covering about Druid, and then I'm available at my booth for further questions. So what is Druid? We are an Irish company. We're based in Ireland. We do business in private networks since 2003. The first private network we deployed was for an aircraft, a 2G core. Ireland has a good ecosystem of airline R&D. So that's where we got our break. And last 22 years, we are only doing core. We don't do anything else. So that's our bread and butter. That's our niche. Wherever the spectrum was open, in Netherlands, in Europe, in US, we hold more than 50% of the market share. And that's what we are continuing. That's what we'll do for next decade. We are a private company. We are profitable, and we are now 100 employees. So what do we deploy? The mission critical is one of the most important verticals for us, be in terms of revenue and product roadmap. And we are a global member of TCCA, and that's what is exciting to be here as a part of that. We work across 28 countries. We are global. We work only through partners. So that's why, as Ankit said, we are able to survive and grow. With 100 people, we cater to the world in terms of business solutions and L3 support. So how do we sell? So REMIS is our platform. It stands for radio emission. And we sell through MCX vendors. So I'll be covering, we have 20 plus MCX vendors globally who sell our integrated solution as Druid or as white label as their own solution. Apart from that, RAN vendors, SIM vendors, system integrators, application vendors. So that's the model which we never go direct, and that's what is important for partner ecosystem in this hall and in this country, that we will be standing with you for your end customers. As you see, all the big partners globally, Eviden, Airwave, Streamwide, Rohel, all are our partners. In India, we have started the journey thanks to our integration with Consort. So we don't just do a reseller partnership. We believe in product engineering. So we are open to more interest, but we only partner with matured solutions who can integrate well with our end-to-end stack. Very important. Radio is a very important component of a private network. And I joined Druid 2 years ago. So I've been in telecom like 20 years. I've sold a lot of radios to Tandanji in Idea. But I myself never knew that there are so many other enterprise radio companies. So you can see on the top, Lekha, Tidal Wave. These are all the Indian. But apart from that, we partner with 40 plus radio companies. And that's the beauty of our code. Again, these are different offerings, network in a box, indoor, outdoor, all the brands are there, all the new ones. So there's a lot of new radio companies that are coming up, and they need a good core to mature their products. So right from day one, they use our core for product readiness also. Again, this is a continuation of how do we sell. So we sell in government, we sell through vendors, we sell through hardware platform vendors, we sell through system integrators, and we are selling through verticalized system integrators who are specialists in hospitals, in defense. So that has been our journey, and we'll continue that successful part. We have all the global certifications. So we are working with the countries, the big countries, defense organizations. We are not yet started the journey in India, but we will definitely do so. So we are making Ireland software, MII, but we are ready to make it MII, make in India. So we are open to collaboration. If you see, last year we celebrated 75 years of partnership between the Indian government and the Irish government. The flags are similar. So any parties who want to talk to us to collaborate for a Make in India core, we are open to do that. A small snapshot of our GUI tool. So it's a very deep, this itself, one slide can take 1 hour. So I will encourage you to reach out to me in the next week if anyone is interested. Again, this is very important slide, which I'll take, I have only 1 minute, 45. So I'll take 45 seconds on this. So, for the enterprise, they require agility in the software. So if you see this, we can work on any OS, we can work on any virtualization, we can deploy on any of your architecture, and we can work on any of your orchestration. And our core, our engineering code is so unique. It can be embedded on a PCB board. So we are working with some manufacturing companies where the drones and the tractors and the machinery in mining will come with an inbuilt 5G core in it. So it will be directly at the edge, nearer to the use case or the process that is being carried upon. We can do slicing. Again, a dashboard. So this is a very important thing. We do a DNM. This is our patented technology. So while other players talk of distributed UPF, we have the capability to deploy the entire core at the edge because it is so light, because it is so powerful. And this helps in deploying multiple cores across multiple locations. So we are talking to some utility companies in US where they're talking of deploying 700 cores across every point of presence on their distribution channel because our core is so small. Today I can demonstrate a core from my laptop. So that's the code that we have developed. Very important, certain use cases. So we are doing tactical communications. Some of the leading defense companies are already, we cannot disclose now, but they have deployed our core in their solutions. Very important, we also support end-to-end fully as of date. This is not a roadmap, it is readily available. And I would say that we are not doing any magic. We are just following 3GPP to the core. So as per 3GPP, the customer should get a seamless connectivity irrespective of the technologies, a system integrator deploys. So we are fully, Skylo is our big customer globally. They use our core end-to-end. And we are working with all the leading LEO satellite companies where our solution will be deployed across their global networks. We can do a command post where, again, a distributed architecture can connect the entire campus on a private network. We can do combined configurations. We can do a command and control center, real-time implementation. And this is highly scalable. So I have a demo at my booth that can support 10 users, but the same software without any version upgrade can go up to 1 million subscribers. We can do tactical edge. So this is the compact core where just on a small hardware, the white color box, we have deployed the entire core. We demonstrated in MWC, and we will be doing something in IMC. So I'm taking the opportunity to invite you at our booth in IMC. FRMCS, so we are shortlisted by some strategic railway projects in Europe to do the FRMCS deployment. Globally, companies like Hitachi, who are very strong in railways, they are working with us for strategic projects. PPDR, so we have done a lot of projects for security, for government networks. So we are working with the Irish government to deploy the nationwide 5G network. We have a demo day every quarter in Ireland. So whoever is interested, we have a next demo day in September 18th. So every quarter, we invite 150, 200 people across the globe to come and see the power of private networks. Again, I think a lot of references. So thanks for your time. And I think it was a difficult session in the evening, but hope I could give some insights. I'm available at the booth and during the evening session. So I'd be happy to meet any one of you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Sumit. You have really given a great insight into your product. I have just one or two questions. One is, you were talking about MMA also. Are you registered here and in which category under MII? Are you registered?
No, I said I am open to
Registered. Okay.
partnership options. We are not yet registered, but we
What
are
about trusted portal kind of thing? We have this.
trusted portal. We are working on it. So we already signed up a couple of system integrators. So see, we are a pure Europe product made in Europe. We are supplying to the US defense. So we have no challenges in that domain.
But are you open to make it in India?
Yes, we are open to have partners.
And my other question is about FRMCS. Are you in touch with the Indian Railways?
We are working with partners like
Through
Consort
partner
and Tidal Wave.
No.
And we believe that this journey has just begun. So we are at the right time.
Yes.
It's a long journey ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So now let me invite Mr. Ko Cheng Soi, Business Development Manager, Sapura. Thanks.
Good evening. Sabko namaste. I would say that because due to the time, I only left with 3 slides. So I'm going to show the journey on the devices. Now I'm going to talk about the devices of PPDR. So I'm going to show a short video that will hope to give you a more ideas of how the transitions from the narrow bands to wideband right now. Sound? Sorry, the sound. Sorry. So before that, the most important thing about the devices, it has to be a continuity from the usual narrow bands, public safety to broadband. Okay. Have to be seamless migration. One device, 2 options, broadband, and also for the narrowband of Tetra. So the continuity will progress between the hybrids. So you have to be familiar and proven track record with the emergency button, rotary knob, and all the requirements that are required by the public safety. We have full range of accessories for all different kind of solutions. It is IP68, 67, 65, and 66. Dust proof for all weather. So waterproof and submersible. So it is designed for demanding environment for all kinds of public safety, mining, and transportation, to name a few. So for every stage of the journey, the requirements remain the same. That is for the safety, for the security, and you can see here are the main key features of PPDR devices. First of all, it has to be always available all the time. For that reason, it has to have the on and off network capability, and it has to have hot swappable battery, meaning to say that you can swap the battery without interfering into the functions of the devices. For Android, if you take out the batteries, it will just shut down. So it has to have these hot swappable battery capabilities, and it has to be, long-lasting batteries. And because of the broadband, more of the screen usage will be used. And of course, it will have to have the external antenna. For example, if you can look into our radios, we have the potentials to connect external LTE antenna to have a better gain. So you can have this handheld in your vehicles where it connects to external LTE antenna, which is going to be better at remote area. So usability, if you pass these radios to the police, the first thing they will look at, where is the button? And I want it to be big enough for my hands to use in the operations. Operations is the most important things for every public safety users. And they would like to have all the physical buttons to be I-Series operations. They can just press the button without needing to look at it. So this is one of the most important things. And for example, the screen for the for the broadband device, it shouldn't be weak by just a tap of the screen, because it will progress like, wrong call and all these things. It needs to have physical touch, and it has to be ruggedized enough for security. And one of the things that we have seen many of our colleagues of other industries that talk about these direct mode operations, where we all know that broadband, we have limitations of the power between device to device. So there must be a way how to progress on the direct modes between one to another. And we have seen our partner also from Qualcomm talk about the side link, which is in the prepare for the futures. So those are the things that we have prepared for our radios, for example, in between broadband and Tetra, for example, that you can use that for direct mode operations. And of course, we will talk about the interoperability. It has to be essentials to the ecosystem today. I've learned today that the police, for example, have their P25, have their DMR, analog, Tetra, and so on. So the interoperability between one to another has to be seamless, or else we don't want to have the gap in between. So that's the radio have to be ready for that. And we are working with partners like Consort here that will enable us to have the back ends interoperability between these. And finally, the security of this, it has to be secure. To talk about that, I will go into the next slide here. When we talk about mission critical voice and data for the broadband, it is very, very important for us to have the QCI, which is 65, 66, 69, 70, to make sure that it is for mission critical PDT have less than 300 milliseconds response time. And it has to have this ARP, the allocation and retention priority, to make sure that we could have your priorities between the group. I'm aware that some people say that on a private network, I doesn't need to worry about this because I have that by myself. But imagine if you have 100 talk group, the Prime Minister talk group has to be the priority of anybody else, because D has to get the talk group first. So with the ARP, they will make sure we can prioritize for this talk group to be more priority than the rest of the other talk group. And then it has to be robust, as I mentioned just now. It's IP68, it's submissible. You have large textile control where the police or the public safety guys could use that without even looking at the devices. One of the most important thing here is that it is based on non-GMS Android. This is to avoid data harvesting, lockdown device, comprehensive secure device management. We do not want that our Android device to be a tool as a data harvesting if that is to use the Google's GMS services. So these are the thing, the kind of like security things that we have been thinking, how to make sure that from the narrow band, which is very well controlled, to a broadband well where we are with a lot of other infrastructures to make sure that the devices doesn't compromise the informations. And of course, it has to be a strong up to IP68 to ensure that the continuity of the robustness to be used by the users. And usability, our public safety enforcement will like to use the same audio accessories. I don't want to have a different accessories that I used already on my chest, that I want to have the same feelings. So we also ensure that all of the accessories which is used in the narrow band are able to be used in the broadband as well. And the last part that I would like to cover here is the interoperability, that it can interoperable between the broadband and the narrow band. So in this device, for example, it looks like a simple device, but there are two different cores. That is the broadband as well as the narrow band. So it can work simultaneously in the same sessions. So if there's someone all call on the other call, it still can manage to pick up the call from the other side to ensure that the seamless interoperability between one to another network. So I think time is up. Everybody is waiting for me to go. So thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Kopp. Very nice presentation. I have one or two questions. Actually, like you are talking about a device or handset here. So what kind of network it will need to work on this? Will it be a private network or can it work on a public network?
It could work on both. So it can be on private, public, as well as the existing narrowband Tetra as well.
And you are talking about the broadband, PPDR broadband.
Yes.
How much spectrum is required by the network where it can work as broadband?
For this device, for example, we have capacity to have up to 2 network at a time. Two network at a time. But of course, we have a range of the band,
yes,
which able to be host. So most of the time, the end users, they will like, to focus only on at least 2. So we can have one SIM card and the other one is the eSIM, which is easily to be used nowadays.
And do you have any plan to make these in India?
We are working with partner here.
Okay.
So of course, with volumes, everything can be taught.
No, whenever you are in India, don't worry about the volume. We are 1.4 billion.
Yes.
Our railroad itself is 65,000 kilometer. We have 1.4 billion population.
Sure.
So volume is not an issue.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes, you can ask.
No, not yet. This is the device with IP 65, 67, 68, but it have not been built for ATEX yet. Yeah.
So are there any plans which?
There are plans, but that is not our priority right now because most of the requirement is come from the non-ATEX environment right now.
Okay.
Yeah, but that is in our plan. Yes, thank you.
You need volume.
Yes, sir.
So we never wanted you to go back as you thought. You can see people wanted you to be
So
there.
same device has the capability for transmitting this narrowband and broadband only, or different devices are there?
Can you repeat your question, please?
Can we switch narrowband and broadband in the same device, or separate devices are needed for that?
It's on the same device.
And satellite also? Satellite also?
Yes. So what happened is that in this device, we have 2 different core. One is a LTE core, one is a Tetra core. So from our applications, we can have both core working together. For example, now if I choose to be on the 5G network right now, so I'm talking to 5G, if somebody call me on the Tetra, I will have a notification there. So we have a way to control this. Either you would like to allow that to be picked up immediately, or you would like to have the user interference, because sometimes in certain agencies, they would like the users to be priority on 5G, for example. And it will only talk on Tetra or narrowband when there is no coverage, for example. That is, of course, this technologically, it will work with both core together, but whether the switching or not is just a user's configurations on this radio. But by the capacity, this radio can work with both core together.
Okay, just a follow-up question. Direct to direct mode also you mentioned there.
Sorry?
Direct to direct mode, D2D mode also you mentioned in your presentation.
Yes, D2D is basically for the Tetra part.
Not for this broadband
No,
part.
I mean,
right
for 5G, D2D is still very new right now. And you can see like from Qualcomm, for example, just now they did talk about the side link, which is up to release 18, 19, which is not ready yet at this moment. That is still in the projections of
But it has been defined in release 12 of 3GPP itself.
Sorry, again?
Proximity services are defined in 3GPP release 12 itself.
Yes, but proximity services is not success because it's 300 milliwatts. It will not.
Because of power limitation, right?
Yeah, it will not work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So let me, no.
Yes, please.
Offline, Debu, offline. Yeah. No, offline, Debu. Yeah, so we have now, let me invite Madam Hallie Kohn, Business Development Manager, EMEA Bluebird. And only Madam Hallie, the time is precious.
I'll try.
Actually, we should follow each other.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. I'm Haley Kwon from Bluebird. Since the last speaker today, I will keep my presentation short and to the point. So I'm from South Korea, and my company is from South Korea too. And my company started the journey from 1995, so already 30 more years old company. And we are based in South Korea. And we are making hardware devices for a lot of industries project. So we are based in South Korea, and our factory also in South Korea and Vietnam. And we also have software office in Bangalore with 40 over people over there. And we also have R&D center and the service center in all around the world. So we have been doing our business with our hardware devices in a various industry. So we categorize it with our customer in their industry. So in retail sector, their store and warehouse factory, and the healthcare manufacturing industry, they're using our devices in their manufacturing scene or factory to check their data and communication purposes. And also in transportation logistics, ticket measurement and data sanction, they're using our devices, and also for communication by in the railway. And also in government sector, they're using our device to building the ticket as a police or communication method for in the army. So let me give you some detailed reference in our references. So the one I want to introduce to you today is Korean Air Force. So at that time, in Korea, there was 4G only, and right in the same time, we are moving on the 5G in a national way. So the Air Force and us are talking about the security network moving on the 5G or stay in the 4G side. So we was working on customer based. We customize our device and the network privacy, and we got the project. Also, we work with globally in a public safety sanction, and also in national policies as well. So with the Netherlands police, they use our device to check the ID of person who is like a speed overspeed kind of thing. And the last one I want to introduce is Shanghai police. They use our device in billing people who is like over for the ticket or so. Yeah, I hope my introduction is enough. If there is other things want to check, our booth is over there and with my device, so you can come and check with me. Thank you so much.
So, thank you, madam, for saving time because they are telling us to vacate. But it was a very good, short presentation by you. I'm really thankful to all of you. And now I don't think we have a time for question answer. So I'll take the privilege to conclude the session by some closing remarks, maybe 2 minutes. Actually, I think all the experts have really made it very clear, short and crisp, and very useful to us. Some new learning for us and good opportunity for the system integrators also. That means solutions are there. And one thing which have become very clear, that public network cannot meet the stringent requirement of the private network, like especially on the resiliency side, congestion side, and also reliability, availability, always on, always, all those things. Actually, that has become very clear, which is a great learning for us. And I hope the policy makers will also take note of this actually, and a lot of opportunity for all of you who have come from abroad to do business in India. especially Make in India, actually, to help us and solve our problems. And as I was telling to Mr. Ko, when you are in India, don't worry about the demand or about the volume. Yeah, that is, with that, I really like to thank all the experts actually who have spared time and also cooperated with the small time. As I told, the 10 minutes is a warming up time and you had to do everything in 10 minutes. So thank you very much. And let me thank again the organizers, especially TV Saab, to give me this opportunity and to make my presentation. Also, of course, I could not cover what I should have done, that Balasore accident analysis, which needed digital twin and blockchain. And those kind of accidents could have been avoided and can be avoided. So with that, let me hand it over to Sapna.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much indeed. And I would request our chair, Dr. S.N. Gupta, sir, to kindly do the honors of presenting mementos to our eminent speakers. We present to Mr. Ankit Dixit, CEO, Tidal Wave. Thank you, sir. We present to Mr. Sumit Gehani, Vice President Sales, Drood Software. And now to our international speakers, Mr. Cheng Soy Ko is the Business Development Manager, Sepura. And ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Ms. Haley Kwan, Business Development Manager, EMEA Bluebird Inc. Like they also have a stall at the back. You may kindly contact them in case of any information that you need. And inviting Brigadier Anil Tandon, DGBIF, to do the honors of presenting a token of gratitude to Dr. S.N. Gupta. Thank you very much indeed, sir. As always, wonderfully chairing the session. Thank you. Thank you, Brigadier Tandon, for doing the honors. May I request for a group photograph, Brigadier Tandon, to kindly join the panel. And ladies and gentlemen, with that, we have come to this wonderful initiative, the first ever conference in India on mission critical communications, Safeguard the Future. And it was a wonderfully organized conference, wonderfully organized event. Thank to all our partners, all our sponsors, all our supporters for extending their wholehearted support to us in organizing this very successful event. And ladies and gentlemen, we would look forward to seeing all of you in the next edition of this conference. With that, once again, taking this opportunity to thank all our distinguished dignitaries, our distinguished moderators, eminent speakers, all our participants, guests, delegates. We thank each one of you for your wholehearted participation in this event. Thank you once again. Have a wonderful day ahead. Safe drive home. Good evening and namaskar.